Okay. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Baiju's Exam Prep IAS. This is Sham Kagud here. Now, before I start the discussion, if there is no issue with the sound, please give me a thumbs up so that we can start the discussion. Done. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Let's start then. So, last week, Friday, we started the discussion on concept of employment. I hope remember that. In employment, what we have discussed. Employment basically, right? Understand this. The topic of discussion that we had regarding was how do we define who is employed? How do we define who is not employed? I said divide the whole population into two groups. One is the labor force, second one is the non-workers. Non-workers examples are children below the age of 14 years or people who are, right, let's say pensioners, bedridden, people who have been put behind the bus, incarcerated, etc. That population is called as non-workers, and remaining population generally between the age group of 15 to 65 years, 15 to 65 years or 15 to 64 years, it is called as a labor force. Now, labor force basically consists of that population which is willing to work. I repeat, labor force consists of that population which is willing to work. And whenever the population is willing to work, gets a job and is paid for the job, that is called as employed population. And the population which is willing to work but doesn't get the job, that is called as unemployed population. Unemployed population. Left side is employed population and the second one is unemployed population. And in fact, I remember I've given you one more definition as well. That is, the labor is there, workers are there, they are offering the skill sets, and if the economy uses the skill set, that population is employed. The labor provides the skill set, offers the skill set, economy says no, I do not want to use it, that is called as unemployed population. Now, after that, we have discussed the types of unemployment. Types of unemployment, right? For example, cyclical unemployment. Cyclical unemployment means what? The economy is the health of the economy. For example, if there is a recession, obviously you will see that the unemployment rate would start increasing. If there is a depression, the unemployment rate would start increasing. Seasonal, agriculture sector. Whenever there's a sowing season, employment is generated. Whenever the sowing season is over, unemployment is increasing. Right? Same thing with respect to harvesting as well. That is a seasonal unemployment. Third one is a structural unemployment. Whenever there is a better technology available, in fact, I told you, if artificial intelligence is introduced in the office, right? Let's say a robot is introduced, etc. Automatically, what will happen to the number of people who are required to work? Number of people would be lowered, unemployment would be increasing. Then basically, frictional unemployment. That is basically whenever people will shift from one job to another job, for a certain period of time, they remain unemployed. That is called as a frictional unemployment. Now, after this, we are supposed to start from here. We are supposed to start from the measurement. Whenever you get the data, that is employed, unemployed, etc., there are different formulas which are used to calculate rates. Right? What do you mean by the rates here? For example, there are, let's say, 5 crore people in a country. Hypothetical number, 5 crore people. Now, you know how many people are working, how many people are not working, unemployed, how many are non-workers. So how do you use these numbers to convert in percentages? Percentage makes more sense rather than remembering the absolute numbers. And that is where different rates are used for the calculation. I have written 4 here. I will boil down all of them to just 2. That is the first and second is important. Focus on that. First and second. The first one is labor force participation rate, LFPR. Second one is the unemployment rate or unemployment ratio. Third one is a worker population ratio. And the fourth one is proportion unemployed. Let's start. First one is the labor force participation rate. Look at the formula. What does it actually mean? It simply means how many or how much percentage of the total population which is willing to work. I'll repeat the statement. What is the percentage of the total population which is willing to work, which is there in the market, right, which is willing to work? That percentage out of the total population is called as a labor force participation rate. Now, can I say labor force? LF is nothing but labor force. Labor force consists of population which is employed plus population which is unemployed. Any issue here? Can I say that labor force is the population which is employed plus population which is unemployed? Now, can I use the first formula to write two more formulas, that is 3 and 4? Please make an observation. Can I use the first formula to use it and write formula number 3 and formula number 4? That is, in the numerator we have labor force divided by total population into 100. Can I use this formula to write two more formulas, that is 3 and 4? Sir, what are you talking about? How is that possible? To remember this concept, A plus B, right, basically multiplied by C. If you have A plus B into C, can I write it as A into C plus B into C? Let me know, possible or not? Basic CSAT concepts, right? Your high school mathematics. I'll use the same logic now. In the numerator, we have labor force. Labor force basically consists of employed population plus unemployed population. So what I'll do? I will take employed population, write it as a separate formula, that is total population, and unemployed population, I'll write one more formula, total population, into 100 here, into 100 here. This I'll call this as a worker population ratio, WPR, worker population ratio. And this, in fact, I've written here WPR, worker population ratio, and the second one I'll call it as a proportion unemployed. So first ratio that is calculated is LFPR, labor force participation rate. Second one, using this labor force participation rate, we can also calculate worker population ratio. Third one, using the same LFPR, we can also calculate proportion unemployed ratio. But the very often ratio or the rate that you come across in the newspaper is the second one. This is the most important one, unemployment ratio or unemployment rate. What is this unemployment ratio or unemployment rate here? We are not going to consider the total population. We are going to consider only the population which is willing to work, that is a labor force. So total labor force is considered. Out of total labor force, how many people are searching for jobs but they do not have the jobs? I'll repeat it. Out of the total labor force, how many people are actually searching for the jobs but they do not have the jobs? That percentage is called as an unemployment rate. For example, imagine there are 2 crore people who are searching for the jobs. Out of these 2 crore people, let's say 1.8 crore people will get the jobs and 0.2 crore people do not get the jobs. Can I call this 0.2 crore as an unemployed population? This is unemployed population. Now I'll use this 0.2 crore, substitute in the numerator, denominator will be 2 crore into 100, whatever is the percentage, that is called as unemployment rate. This is how unemployment rate is calculated in the economy. Do not consider the total population because some part of the population is not even searching for the jobs. It is not eligible for the jobs. For example, children. They are not eligible for the jobs. Don't say, sir, if they are fit to work, let them work. No, my dear, you want to become IS officer, don't have that right idea. Even if they are fit, even if they have right full knowledge, etc., until unless you attain the age of 15 years, you are not allowed to work. Before 15 years, it will be referred as a child labor. Done. So this is how unemployment rate is calculated. Now, question is, who will do all of it? Right? Who will do all of this? Please understand this carefully. Next point is important. Until very recently, we used to have employment surveys once every 5 years. I'll repeat it. Until very recently, we used to have employment surveys once every 5 years. And the technical name for this was called as employment unemployment survey. Employment unemployment survey. Now, before I go forward, let me ask you a very simple question. I'll use a short form here. I said, until very recently, we had a calculation of employment unemployment once every 5 years. Now, based on only this data, tell me, is it a good practice to have surveys once every 5 years? Let me know. Is it a good idea to have a survey once every 5 years and then make policies based on that. Sir, why? Sir, the answer is simple. You should know this by now. Absolutely no. It's not good to have a survey once every 5 years. Why? Many of you ask me, sir, why? Why is that so? Imagine 6 to 10, you are the prime minister now. Okay. Last day, you are the prime minister. Now you want to make a policy. You have a data, you have a survey, and the survey was conducted, let's say in 2011 and 2012. Survey was conducted in 11 and 12. You want to use the data and you want to make a policy in 2015. Now, don't you think your policy that you're making is based on outdated data? Simple idea. The policy that you're trying to make, it is on outdated data. And do you think the economy is so stagnant? Right? Do you think economy is very stagnant? No, economy is very dynamic. What was the situation in 2011 and 12 would have already changed in 2015. The kind of a required labor would have changed. The kind of skill sets would have changed. Kind of industry that is growing at a very faster pace could be something else, etc. So because the economy is so dynamic, you should not making a policy based on outdated data. And that is the precise reason we have discontinued, I repeat, we have discontinued employment unemployment survey. 2011 and 12, the survey was conducted, data was published. 2016 and 17, survey was conducted, data was not published. Why? Government of India withheld the data and said that this is not the right approach to make policies. So what we have done? We have discarded EUS, and in place of this, we have introduced one more type of system, periodic labor force survey. Periodic labor force survey. PLFS, periodic labor force survey. Now this is the data that is mainly used by the government, published once every quarter. PLFS is a more of a labor data which is published once every quarter, and this data is actually used by the government. Now PLFS, the data for employment, unemployment is published once every quarter. Once every quarter, for every quarter the data is published, and for annual, that is a full financial year, the data is also published. Now tell me, based on this, don't you think PLFS will provide a better representative data for you to make policies or not? Right? Is it not giving you a right data, or let's say at least accurate data, most recent data, using which you can make better policies? So that's a reason EUS has been discontinued, and in place of that we have a better data collection methodology now, periodic labor force survey. This is done and published for every quarter. For full financial year also, the data is actually published by the government. Done. So this is how the survey is conducted, data is collected, and it is used to measure how many people are employed, how many people are unemployed, etc., etc. But in case of India, very often you'll come across this argument. There is the issue of a jobless growth in India. Important, once it has been asked in mains, understand this. There is this idea that there is a jobless growth phenomenon in India. Now, what do you mean by jobless growth? Please understand the definition here. Jobless growth, right? Jobless growth. Meaning what? The country or the economy is experiencing GDP growth rates. The country or the economy is experiencing GDP growth rates, but the jobs generated are much, much slower. The employment growth rate is very, very slow. Sir, what do you mean by employment growth rate? Simple idea. From 1 year to next year, how many jobs are getting generated? I hope you understand. Just like GDP growth rate. Just like GDP growth rate. What do we do in GDP growth rate? Last year, how much was the GDP value? This year, how much is the GDP value? We'll compare and find out how much is the growth rate. Apply the same logic to employment. Until last year, how many people had jobs? This year, how many people have jobs? It should have increased. So how much is the increase? That is called as employment growth rate. Now let me ask you a very simple question. If India achieves a 7% GDP growth rate, 8% GDP growth rate, don't you want the employment growth rate also to be higher? Does it make sense to you or not? Let me know. If GDP of India increases, don't you think the employment growth rate should also be higher? And the connection is very simple here. If GDP increases, what does it mean? The market price of all the goods and services, final goods and services, it has increased. And if the production has increased, employment naturally should have increased. So employment growth rate should also be higher. But what if I were to say that GDP growth rate is 8%, GDP growth rate is 7%, whereas employment growth rate is just 1%. Just a hypothetical idea. Have a look at this. I just give you hypothetical numbers. I'm saying GDP growth rate is 8%, 9%, 7.3%. But on the other hand, employment growth rate is just 1%. Can I say this is a situation wherein the economy is experiencing growth rate, but the employment growth rate is not very high. Employment growth rate is very, very low. Number of jobs which are getting generated are very, very low, whereas the productivity of the economy is increasing at a very fast pace. Such a situation is called as jobless growth phenomenon. Such a situation is referred to as a jobless growth situation. And in case of India, generally there is a concern raised by various experts that in the last 1.5 decade, we are experiencing jobless growth situation. Right? We are experiencing jobless growth situation in case of India. Although there are different viewpoints. Some experts say it is a jobless growth. Some experts, for example, Mr. Arvind Panigiria, you must have heard of the name of this economist. Mr. Arvind Panigiria says that this is not jobless growth, it is underemployment. I'll come to that also, don't worry. So argument is simple here. What do you mean by jobless growth? And don't be fooled by the term jobless. Jobless doesn't mean that there is no creation of jobs. It simply means that the rate of creation of jobs, the employment growth rate is very, very small. It's very, very small compared to the GDP growth rate. That's a basic idea of a jobless growth phenomenon. Now, question is, what is the solution for it? But more importantly, why? Why do we say that there is a jobless growth in India? Let me explain one by one. First one, just to prove that there is one concept called as employment elasticity. There is this idea of employment elasticity. And what is this concept of employment elasticity? Please have a look at it. Employment elasticity refers to a measurement of productiveness of growth in terms of generating jobs. I'll repeat the statement here. What is employment elasticity? It measures productiveness of growth in terms of employment generation. That is, if there is a GDP growth rate in a country, what is the percentage employment growth rate? The measurement of that is called as the employment elasticity. For example, let me give you a basic idea. Imagine GDP was 100 crore rupees. It increased to 110 crore rupees. GDP was 100 crore rupees. It increased to 110 crore rupees. During the same duration, during the same time period, employment which was 1 lakh has increased to 1.05 lakh. The number of people who are working in the economy was 1 lakh, has increased to 1.05 lakh. Now, can I substitute both of them? Can I directly write growth rate in the employment is 5%? Let me know. Growth rate in the employment is 5% divided by the growth rate in the GDP, that is 10%. So percentage cancelled. Employment elasticity is 0.5. Employment elasticity is 0.5, meaning what? In a duration where the GDP has increased by 10%, the jobs which are generated have increased by 5%. That measurement is called as employment elasticity. Now, let me ask you a very simple question. Look at it and let me know, what would you prefer? A high employment elasticity or a low employment elasticity? Let me know. What would be your preference? High double E or low double E? Right? That is, double E is nothing but employment elasticity. Now, one of you saying low, please check it very carefully. It should be high, my dear. It should be high. Employment elasticity should be higher. If it is higher, it is always good for the economy. Meaning what? How can you get a higher employment elasticity? Whatever is the GDP, don't worry, whatever is the GDP, it means the numerator should keep on increasing. It means the numerator should keep on increasing. Now, some of you use your CSAT knowledge and say, sir, I can also get high employment elasticity if employment growth rate is 10% and GDP growth rate is 1%. You tell me, is it possible? Is it possible that GDP growth rate is 1% and employment growth rate is 20%, 30%, 40%? Right? Generally, it will not happen. Why? If the GDP is changing by a small number, marginal number, how do you expect the economy to create 10% more jobs? It doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. That such a large growth in employment compared to GDP will never happen. Don't worry about it. But can I simply say that if GDP growth rate is 10%, 8% growth rate in employment is possible? 9% growth rate in employment is possible. Even 10% growth rate in employment is possible. But you cannot expect 10% GDP growth rate with 100% rise in employment. That will not happen. So that's the reason, please remember this. If employment elasticity keeps on increasing, it is considered good for the economy. It is considered good for the economy. Then now what has happened in case of India? Employment elasticity back in 1990s in case of India was 0.4. Employment elasticity back in 1990s was a 0.4. And the recent data shows that employment elasticity has almost become half, that is 0.2. In many of the years, it is much lower than even 0.2. But what does it mean? What does it mean? In 1990, it was 0.4. Now it is 0.2. What does it mean? It simply means the denominator has increased. Does anybody have a doubt regarding the denominator here? Can I simply say, even though you do not know about the numerator, can I say that growth rate for India has been good? Don't worry about last 2 years. Growth rate for India has been good. It has been 5%, 6%, 7%, etc. in many of the years. Now I'm telling you, the employment elasticity was 0.4, has a decline to 0.2 in the last 2 decades. But you already know that denominator is a good number. It's a good number. May not be 10%, 12%, but it's a good number. What is the implication? Now apply the CSAT concept. If the outcome falls, denominator has not changed by much. It has remained around 5 to 6% to 7% like this. What has happened to the numerator then? Right? What has happened to the numerator? It simply means the numerator has started declining. It simply means the numerator has taken a hit. Now, is it okay if I say this is a phenomenon where GDP growth rate has been observed, but the employment growth rate has been very, very small? Employment growth rate is very low. That is nothing but a jobless growth situation. I hope you understand. That is nothing but a concept of jobless growth situation itself. So first proof to show that there is a jobless growth in case of Indian economy, employment elasticity is very, very low. Second one, many of you ask me, sir, why? Why is that GDP is increasing but the employment elasticity is low? Let me prove that also. Skilled labor availability in case of India is also very low. Now, what do you mean by skilled labor availability? Let me give you a very simple example. Imagine you have a software company. You will hire me. You will hire me to write coding. Now, don't you think that before you hire me, I should have sufficient knowledge about coding? I should have sufficient knowledge about writing a code. I should know how C++, Python, etc. will operate, etc. That is a basic idea of having skill set. You will hire me to manufacture this marker. I should have sufficient knowledge to operate a machine. That is basically idea of a skilled labor. In case of India, there are two problems here. Please remember this. Availability of skilled labor is very low, point number one. And second problem is there is an issue of skill gap. there is the issue of skill gap. Now, what is this idea of a skill gap? Right, follow this. Skilled labor, all of you have understood now. What is the idea of a skill gap? Skill gap simply means, follow this carefully. You have a machine, you can use it to, I'll come back to this, don't worry. You can use it to manufacture this marker, right? There's a machine, you are the owner of it. You know the machine can be used to manufacture the marker. You will hire me to do that. But I have the skill set to write codes. I have a skill set to basically write a code, make a software. Now, is it okay if I say that the skill that I have is not the required skill set in the economy? Any issue with this? I'll repeat it again. You will hire me to manufacture this marker using a machine. I have skill set. It's not that I do not have any skill. I have a skill, but that skill is used to basically used to write a code to make a software. Can I call this as an issue of a skill gap? Can I call this as an issue of skill gap? Skill gap means what? It's a situation wherein the skills which are there with the labor force are different from the needed skill set in the economy. The market requires certain skill sets, but the skill sets that you have are different. That is the issue of skill gap. Now you tell me, once you know that I do not have the required skill set to manufacture this marker, will you hire me? If anybody says yes, please do let me know. Right? You want a person who will manufacture this marker. So obviously you would require a person with skill set to operate a machine. I don't have those skill set. Will you hire me? You should not hire me. So have a look at this very carefully now. One issue of the labor in case of India is what? They do not have skill sets. People do not have skill set. They are between the age group of 15 to 64. They want to get jobs, but they do not have skilling. And if they don't have skill set, will you hire such people? Answer is no. Point number 2 is, even though they have skill set, these are not the skill sets which are required by the economy. That is the issue of skill gap. That is also affecting the productivity of the economy. And the third point here, very important, third point is, Mr. Arvind Panigaria says there is no problem of unemployment in India. Rather, there is a problem of underemployment. Interesting concept. There is no problem of unemployment. Rather, there is a problem of underemployment. What is this underemployment? Underemployment simply means people are working in a particular position for a job. The requirement of a job are much lower compared to the qualification of the person. I'll repeat it again. What is underemployment? A person is working in a job. So the requirement of a job is much lower than the qualification the person has. I'll give a very simple example. There is, let's say, a person who has got engineering degree. A person has an engineering degree. A person has a MBBS degree. But have you not seen these people working as government clerks? Again, not a personal attack on anyone. Not a personal attack, but let me know. Right? Have you not seen people who have engineering degrees or a doctorate degree like this, that is MBBS degrees, they are applying for a job of a government clerk. Now, don't you think the qualification that these candidates have are much higher compared to what the job actually requires? Right? This is called as underemployment. This is basically referred as underemployment. So there is this argument. Some experts believe that there is an issue of underemployment, not unemployment in India. But some other experts prove that no, there is issue of underemployment. But apart from that, there is also issue of jobless growth in India. As per economic survey, the total labor which has got skill set, it is somewhere around 11 to 12%. The total labor force which has a skill set in India, it is around 11 to 12%. Compare this skilled labor availability in other countries, wherein in case of China it is 24%, in case of USA it is 52%, in UK 68%, In South Korea, 96% of the workers are skilled. So one problem, right, that is plaguing Indian economy is underemployment. Another problem that is plaguing Indian economy is skilled labor availability. Third problem is the issue of skill gap. I'll tell you what has the government been doing. Don't worry. I'm just telling you the problems first. Then I'll show to you what is the government of India actually doing to address it. Now, many of you looking at this will say, sir, if people do not have sufficient jobs, etc., like you're saying, how is that GDP has increased? Very logical question, by the way. How is that GDP has increased? You're saying the people are not getting sufficient jobs. People are getting jobs, but they are underworking. Then how is the GDP is increasing? Here is the answer. You can make investment produce more either by investing in labor intensive sectors, either by investing in labor intensive, or you can also invest in capital intensive sector and get output. I'll prove it to you, just give me a second. Sir, what do you mean by labor intensive? What do you mean by capital intensive? Let me ask you the question and you will answer to these questions now. You want to produce a thermal electricity. You want to produce thermal energy, coal energy. Now tell me, is the investment very high or very low? Thermal power plants, steel production, aluminum production, shipbuilding. Is it not capital intensive? Capital intensive means what? Investments are very, very high. Where? In machines. Where? In getting, right, let's say production done, you purchase lot of machines, you will utilize the machine. Can I call this as capital intensive? Again, labor is used. I'm not saying labor is not used. But how much of the expenditure is for labor? How much of the expenditure is for machines? If you spend, let's say 70%, 80% of your money on machine, that is called as capital intensive. On the other hand, labor intensive, let me give a very simple example. Right? Textile parks or textile manufacturing. Tell me, in textile manufacturing, I'm pretty sure many of you would have seen certain textile manufacturing units where every day morning people are queuing up to enter into the manufacturing unit, and in the evening large population will come out of the textile unit like this, right, to go to their respective homes. Now these textile units that I'm talking about, is it capital intensive or labor intensive? I hope you understand. Is it capital intensive or labor intensive? It is labor intensive. It is labor intensive. So argument is simple here. Can you achieve higher production by investing in labor intensive sectors? Yes. Can you achieve higher production by investing in capital intensive sectors? Again, the answer is yes. So historically, in case of India, the investments have been very, very high in capital intensive. Right? Because the investment is very high in capital intensive, production will be very high, labor generation will not be very, very high. That is the reason we are able to achieve GDP and even then still have lower growth rate in employment. So this is the third one. Investments have been more capital intensive compared to labor intensive. Majority of the contribution has come from services sector. Right? What is the argument here? Between services and manufacturing, I repeat, between services and manufacturing, manufacturing can create more jobs. I'll repeat the statement here. Please remember this. Between service sector and manufacturing, it is the manufacturing sector which has more potential to create jobs in India. Because service sector has got stagnated. 52%, 53% GDP contribution. Can you further increase it to 70%? Not possible now. We have got stagnated in the service sector. But manufacturing, there's a potential. I hope you understand. Manufacturing, there's a huge potential. That is the reason, look at the initiatives. I hope remember this. PLI, Production Linked Incentive. Don't you think under PLI, the focus is on manufacturing sector. The focus is on manufacturing sector. What about Make in India? Right, service sector is there, no doubt, but focus is also there on manufacturing sector. So the argument is simple. Manufacturing sector growth potential is very high. We can create more jobs in the manufacturing sector compared to service sector now. That is the reason we need to focus on manufacturing. But if you look at the situation in case of India, we have seen there has been a sudden rise, growth in the services sector, and it is not having a high potential to generate jobs. Last one in this slide, labor laws in India. The issue of labor laws, right? Very contentious. Why labor laws is very contentious in India? Please remember, labor law will come in a concurrent list. Concurrent means what? Central government as well as the states, both are allowed to make laws on this. I'll repeat it, right? Labor, a subject on this, both center as well as states are allowed to make laws. Now, as a result of this, what has happened historically in India? Center has generated or has created labor laws. States also have created labor laws. And both the laws, if you put together, the number of labor laws in India are very, very high. The number of labor laws are very, very high. A simple question to you people, when the labor laws will keep on increasing, do you think it will promote ease of doing business? Think of it. When the labor laws will be very, very high, in fact, one of the studies says that the number of labor laws in case of India are more than 100. Do you think it will promote ease of doing business? No. It will be done in order to protect the employees, but not employers. Employers will find it very difficult to implement all the provisions of the labor laws. Now, should you study all the labor laws? Not needed. There are more than 100 labor laws. If you want to become a labor inspector, that's a different issue. But for UPSC, don't study all the 100 labor laws, useless. So now the question is that you, in order to promote industrialization, protect the interest of the workers, you have introduced more labor laws. It has become a problem for investors. Right? It has become a problem for investors because they are concerned about these multiple labor laws, very difficult to implement all of them. And that is said to be one of the issues that is hindering investment, that is right, prohibiting investment in many of these labor intensive sectors. And to address this only, state governments, best example, Tamil Nadu government, right? Last 2 weeks, in fact, I've told you in the classroom as well. Tamil Nadu government, Karnataka government, these state governments are amending labor laws, making it easier for the investors to invest in the economy. Even, right, have a look at this. Even the central government has proposed changes in the labor laws. But I'll tell you a very important point here. Many of you ask me, sir, what about 4 labor codes? Should we study about them, etc., etc.? Please don't do that. Why? I'll tell you the reason here. And don't write this in the exam. Central government for last many years, union government for last many years has been trying to introduce 4 labor codes. Earlier, more than 30 labor laws were there. All the labor laws were brought, consolidated only into 4 laws, 4 labor codes. Right? Code on social security, code on safety, etc. like this. But please understand, it's not very recent. The government is trying to do this, implement it for many years now. But you tell me, look at the next year 2024 and you tell me, is it possible that the government will implement these labor laws in the next 1 or 2 years? Let me know. Is it possible that government will implement these labor laws in the next 1 or 2 years? Answer is simply no. You also know the reason why. But don't write it. But definitely, yes, labor laws in India are a problem because central government has set of labor laws. States also have a set of labor laws. Investors, that is the companies, find it very difficult to implement all of these labor laws. Right? So these are some of the situations or some of the reasons why there is a GDP growth rate happening, but employment is generated at a very slow pace. Now, large working population is involved in agriculture sector. That is one more issue in India. Why? Please understand this. There is a term called as hidden or disguised unemployment. Hidden or disguised unemployment. What do you mean by disguised unemployment here? And agriculture is a prime example of disguised unemployment in India. If you look at how many people are working in the agriculture sector, generally economic survey says somewhere around 49%. Somewhere around 49%. And from 1 year to next year, slight change will happen. Next year, whatever the document says, please by heart it. Around 49% of the working population is there in the agriculture sector. That's a problem. That's a problem, by the way. Why? Even though the population which is working in the agriculture sector is very high, the productivity of the sector has not changed. The productivity of the sector has not changed. And this is called as a disguised unemployment. I'll give you an example. Have a look at this. Imagine there are two people who are working, right, in a company, your company. You will hire me. Now, can I simply say the number of people who are working in the company will be 3 people? Is it okay? Number of people who are working in the company will be 3 people. Now, you tell me, with more people working, would you not expect a rise in the productivity of the company? Right? I hope you understand the question. With more people working, would you not expect the productivity of the company to increase? But what if I say, with even one additional input of labor, with additional 1 unit of labor, productivity is not changing, productivity remains the same. Whatever you are producing per day, it has not changed, it still remains the same. That is called as hidden or disguised unemployment. Right? Hidden or disguised unemployment. Argument is, with change in the labor units, even with additional inputs of labor, productivity doesn't change. Productivity remains the same. That is called as a disguised unemployment. And agriculture sector is said to be a prime example of a disguised unemployment. Prime example. Generally, experts say that around 8 to 9% of the labor which is there in the agriculture sector, even if you move them, even if you take them out of agriculture, move them to, let's say, manufacturing, productivity of agriculture still will not change. It will remain still the same. Which means extra labor, then what is actually required? Extra labor is there in the agriculture sector. That is also one of the labor issues associated with Indian labor market. Okay. Right, so large working population is involved in the agriculture sector. That is one more problem. Skilled labor availability, that's a problem, right? That is, availability of skilled labor has always remained a problem in case of India. Now, female LFPR, female labor force participation rate has been declining in case of India. That is one more concern. Sir, what is this female LFPR? The male population as well as female population. Again, don't worry about exact numbers, but the point is very clear here. Almost similar in case of India. Similar, not the same. I hope you understand. Almost similar in terms of percentages. Right? Hardly around 4 to 5% difference is there between male and female population as per census. But the issue is that out of total jobs which are generated in India, large chunk of jobs are occupied by male population. Large number of jobs are taken up by male population. A large income that is generated, right? Imagine, understand this. In fact, I'll show the data when I discuss concept of inclusive growth in India. A large chunk of income that is generated goes to male population. You tell me, you want to promote gender equity, you want to promote women empowerment, etc. But don't you think when most of the jobs which are generated, most of the income that is generated will go to one part of the population, there is income inequality, there is a gender inequality, there is wealth inequality that is generated. Is it not a problem? Is it not a problem for whole Indian economy? Answer is yes, by the way. So one of the reasons that happens is female LFPR is actually declining. That is, within the female population, how many people are searching for the jobs has started decreasing. And right, understand this, there are certain reasons for this. Before that, as per the World Bank report, female LFPR was 30.2% in 1990, has a decline to 20% or around 21% by 2019. And World Bank says more alarming, more concerning the fact is that in years where India's GDP increased by a very good pace, where GDP of India increased by a very good pace, the drop in the LFPR, female LFPR, has been very, very high, has been very, very sharp. Now you'll ask me, sir, why? Why is that GDP is increasing, but female LFPR is actually declining? Right? I'll go point by point and let me know whether you agree or disagree. But before you jump to any conclusion, please have the overall view. Do not look at only your house. Do not look at only your locality and come to a conclusion. Sir, why female LFPR is declining? Can I simply say that some regions in India, the female within the houses are not allowed to go outside for work for safety reasons, safety or security reasons. Right? Of course, yes, this is correct. You might disagree with me, you can argue against me, but this is what economic survey says. One reason is concern over safety or security. Second is housework. That is, let's say, right now you are studying, you are looking at the class, assuming that you are listening to the lecture. Tell me who will bring a cup of coffee and hand it over in your hands? Right? Who will bring the breakfast and give it to you? Who will be cleaning your house, etc.? Mother. Right? That is the female of the household. Now, if they are working in the house, taking care of the old parents, taking care of the children, do they have sufficient work to go outside? Do they have sufficient time and energy to go outside and work all over again? Answer is no. The housework, the social work within the house, it is made as a burden of the female, requirement of the households. And the third reason is some of the female, they have the will to work, they want to work, but specific type of jobs are not available. Specific type of jobs are not available. What do you mean by specific type of jobs? This is what economic survey says. If a mother has, let's say, children, right? Mother has, let's say, 1 or 2 kids, mother would want to send these kids to school and they are free. In some houses, they are free between, let's say, 8 to 1. They are free from, let's say, 9 to 2 like this because the kids have gone to school. They want those kind of jobs which will provide flexibility for them to work between, let's say, 8 to 1. They want flexibility to be working between 9 to 2 like this. But many of the companies in India do not provide these kind of jobs. Don't say, sir, work from home is available now. The work from home is a result of the pandemic. I hope you understand. Work from home is a result of pandemic. But don't you think before pandemic, these concepts of working from home was not very prevalent in the domestic market as well as international market? So these are some of the reasons which have been cited as a reason for declining in the female LFPR. Right? So these are the issues. Now, we have seen the issues now. Any problem with the issues? Labor laws, right? Investment is capital intensive, right? The GDP growth rate has been higher, but employment growth rate has been lower. Employment elasticity, skilled labor availability is very low. Skill gap is a problem. Underemployment is a problem, etc. We have discussed issues related to labor market in India. What are the reforms then? What are the reforms that have been implemented by the government? Can I say one of the reforms is a Make in India? Let me know. One of the reforms is Make in India. Do you remember the target of employment under Make in India? There was a target of generating employment under Make in India, 100 million jobs. Can I write one more reform as PLI, Production Linked Incentive? Because under PLI, one of the objectives to generate jobs. Right? So you can keep on writing many schemes here. But apart from that, what has the government of India done in order to promote skilled labor availability? Skilled labor availability, right? Two very important reforms here. One is a Skill India initiative. Second one is a Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana, PMKVY. Skill India, Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana. Skill India was launched in 2015. Under this, the government of India has the aim of providing the skill set to 40 crore people. 40 crore people, the government wants to provide the skilling and ensure that they'll be absorbed. These will be absorbed in the market by the companies. And apart from this, we also have Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana, PMKVY. Look at the name itself. Kaushal means providing skill sets. This is being implemented by the Union Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. Right? This is a new ministry. Please remember this. It's a new ministry. Was set up 2014-2015 in India. It's a very, very new ministry. Union Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. So Union Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, through one agency, through one authority, National Skill Development Corporation, is implementing Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana. Now, why? Understand the logic here. What is the basic idea here? On one side, you are implementing reforms to have a demand for labor in the market. Is it okay? If you promote investment through PLI, through Make in India, companies will invest, they will purchase machines, they want people to operate the machines, they want people to operate laptops, etc., etc. So on one side, the demand for labor is expected to increase, and on the other hand, the government of India is ensuring that there is sufficient skilled labor availability being supplied in the market, so that the demand for labor is met by supply of labor. Understand the logic here. Demand for the labor is being met by supply of labor in the market. And this is important, because imagine a situation, government will provide skill set, people have got skill set, but there are no jobs available in the market. Don't you think the policies will not work? Policies are inefficient. And on the other hand, government will promote investment, companies will keep on investing, they want people to work in their companies, skilled labor availability is not there. So those policies will also not promote, right, efficient outcome. That's the reason. Look at the overall viewpoint here. On one side, the demand for labor is being promoted, and on the other hand, supply of labor is also being promoted. Right? Both supply and demand for the labor is being met here. And that's a precise reason. Understand the next point carefully now. That's a precise reason. Now government of India is adopting bottom-up approach. Bottom-up approach, or the demand-driven supply of labor. Demand-driven labor supply. Sir, what do you mean by demand-driven labor supply here? Have a look at this very carefully. You are going to invest in the market. You are going to set up a manufacturing facility. You want certain people to work the machines. Now, don't you think it becomes a better policy if government of India comes to know what kind of machines you are operating, what kind of industries require employees, and provide skilling, provide the same skilling to the people. Right? Let me know if you disagree with me. You are investing, you are setting up a manufacturing facility. Now, don't you think it is a better policy for the government to first find out what kind of labor you will require, what kind of machines are there, what kind of technology is there? I will provide the same skilling to the people so that you will absorb the labor. You will provide the labor, the jobs like this. That is basically the concept of demand-driven supply of labor. Right? And that is always better. It's a bottom-up approach. How do you follow bottom-up approach? Under Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana, PMKVY, Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana, government first will conduct a survey. At a district level, they'll conduct surveys as to what kind of labor is actually needed. And once they conduct a survey, They will find out what kind of labor skills are required. They'll provide the training to the labor. Now the labor has a skill set. It also has a certificate. You will easily provide the work to the labor. That is meeting the demand with the supply of correct labor. So there is no problem of skill gap. There is no problem of underemployment, etc. That is the most important objective under Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana. In fact, I have given this. Please have a look at it. And do not buy hard the data here. Please do not buy hard the data. Why? This is for financial year 21 to 23. And if you're going to write exam in 2024, this will become outdated data. This will become outdated data, right? That's the reason next year, whenever the data is again published, and I'm 100% sure they will publish the data again. So next year, whenever you're writing the exam, pick up the data from the respective economic survey of that year. Done? So Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana, National Apprenticeship Promotion Scheme, NAPS. Apprentice means trainees, right? Certain people will be working for, will be hired for training purposes. They are not employees. They are simply trainees. And if they perform well, if the company thinks that they will do well after training, they will hire them. That is apprenticeship program. So government has implemented apprenticeship program now. Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana, Skill India initiative, so that people will get skill sets and they'll be absorbed by the industries in the market. So these are some of the initiatives that are being taken by the government. Apart from this, already mentioned, Make in India, Startup India initiative, rationalization. Rationalization means what? Number of labor laws are very high in case of India. We want to restructure these labor laws. We want to reform these labor laws. MSME reforms. Why MSME is relevant here? Do you remember the data? More than 6 crore MSMEs are there. They have more than 11 crore people who are working. So obviously MSME sector stability is very much relevant. Skill India initiative. So these are some of the reforms which have been undertaken by the government to promote the growth in the employment, to promote growth rate in the employment market. Then apart from this, there is also a discussion regarding gig economy now. Gig workers, gig economy. Now many of you ask me, sir, what do you mean by gig worker? Right, idea of a gig economy, what do you mean by that? Before I start, let me give you the example of a gig worker. All of you have ordered food via Swiggy, either Swiggy food order, Zomato food order, Blinkit, right? Either through Blinkit or any other fast delivery services in India. Or for that matter, many of you will simply say, no, sir, I have not used anything. Amazon and Flipkart. Amazon and Flipkart. Now, what is the basic idea here? If you join a software company, if you join any company, there is an agreement between you and the employer. I'll repeat it. Whenever you're talking about a traditional concept, there is an agreement between the worker and the employer. There is an agreement. And as per the agreement, what is your annual salary? The company will give you the details of it. How many working days will be there? What is the number of hours they expect you to work? Right? How many paid leaves will be provided to you? How much will be your bonus? Etc. etc. Everything is written in a contract. All of you will agree? Everything is written in a contract. So whenever you talk about traditional concept of employment, there is a standard work agreement between the employer and employee. Standard work agreement between employer and employee. But when you say about the gig, when you talk about the gig work here, gig workers are those, right, which do not have a standard work arrangement with their employers. Sir, what do you mean by, right, those workers who do not have a standard work arrangement? For example, you're working for, again, when I say you, not specifically you are a driver in the Ola. You're basically a worker in the Ola. That is, you have a car, or let's say you have a two-wheeler or four-wheeler or three-wheeler, you are basically tied up with Ola company. Now, don't you think you will decide when you want to work? Let me know. You will decide when you want to work. You will decide whether you will work only for Ola or Ola plus Uber. You will decide which passenger you will basically take, which orders you will accept, etc., etc. So the argument is very simple here. There is no traditional work arrangement, agreement, contract between the worker and the employer. Such work is called as a gig work, right? Very often you will come across concept of freelancers. Have you heard of this? Freelancers, especially in software industry, there's a concept called as freelancing. Freelancing means you will decide to which company you will basically provide the software or the work for. You will work for 10 days, get the payment done, and for next 20 days you want to relax, you want to go for Bharat Darshan, please go ahead with that. Right? So argument is simple here. It's a non-standard work arrangement. It's a non-standard work arrangement between the employer and employee. And some of you ask me, sir, why do we do that? I'll come to that. Don't worry. I'll come to that. I'll give you the idea also. I'll give you one more definition here. A gig worker is a person who performs work or participates in a work arrangement and earns for such activities outside a traditional employer-employee relationship. Now you will ask me, sir, why will I do this kind of work? What is the advantage for me? What is in it for me? Why people will opt for this kind of work? Reason number one, have a look at this. It will provide a lot of flexibility for both employer as well as the employee. It will provide a lot of flexibility for both of them. What do you mean by flexibility here? Do I hire you full time or a part time? Don't you think that will provide flexibility to me? That is, let's say economy is doing very good. I'm getting a lot of orders. I need more workers. I will hire you. Not full time, part time. But let's say after 2 months, there is a recession, the orders will go down. Why should I hire you? I hope you understand. Right? Let's say in the month of June and July, there is a recession. Should I keep on giving you salary? No, I will not give you any work. First and foremost, I will not give you any work. And when I don't give you any work, there is no question of making a payment to you. But on the other hand, a full-time employee, I hope you understand, full-time employee, a full-time employee, because there is a contract, there is an agreement, that is monthly you will have to pay salaries this much, you will have to keep on paying the salaries to the employees. So idea is very simple here. For employer, it will provide a lot of flexibility. As per the requirement, employer will hire or will provide work or will not provide any kind of work. And the same kind of flexibility is available even to the employee. Even to the employee, it provides a lot of flexibility. That is, today morning I want to work only between, let's say, 9 to 1 with Ola. Done, right? That's a flexibility. After that, I want to work for this company. Allowed, because you are not bound with a contract with any company. You do not have any contract with any company. You're basically working for multiple companies. Possible if you're a freelancer? Of course, yes. If you're a freelancer, if you're a gig worker, definitely yes, it is possible. Okay. Employee can work for multiple organizations or multiple companies. Companies do not have to hire and pay for full-time employment and will contribute to the growth rate in the economy. Right? Just look at what has happened to the economy because of Blinkit, because of let's say Swiggy, because of let's say the Dunzo, right, etc. Most of those people who are coming to actually deliver to you, right? Zomato uses the term food delivery partners. Food delivery partner, whether they call it as a partner or whatever they want to use the label as, but these are nothing but gig workers. It will provide a lot of flexibility than hiring a full-time worker for many of these companies. For many of these companies, that will provide a lot of benefits. And even to the employees, they want that kind of flexibility. They want that kind of flexibility because there will be certain people you must have seen in your friend group itself. Some people are basically very low risk takers. That is, they'll simply say, I don't want too much amount of money. I want to simply become this government worker and settle down. That's it. And some of you will simply say, sir, I want to become IS officer and settle down. But there'll be certain people within your own group who will simply say, no, I do not want to be bound by this tradition that is working 9 to 5. That is not me. I want to work 5 days in a month. I want to work, let's say, 3 days in a week. Rest of 4 days, I want to chill. I want to relax. I want to roam around. I want to enjoy my life. That is the viewpoint, by the way. So this is the basic idea. This is a basic idea of a gig working. Done. So this is in favor of a gig economy. And in fact, in case of India, in Indian economy, there is a very, very huge demand for gig work now. Very high demand. But having said so, there are certain concerns also. There are certain concerns regarding gig economy. What are the concerns? One, do you expect the company to keep on giving jobs to a gig worker? Already I've answered this question. Do you expect the company to always give the job, certain work to the gig worker? Absolutely no. There is no job security. There is absolutely no job security here. Today you might have work, tomorrow you may not have any kind of work. No job security at all. What about, right, let's say hidden benefits? What about hidden benefits from the company? What do you mean by hidden benefits? If you're a full-time worker, in a company will provide maternity leave to you. Have you heard of this or not? Maternity benefits. Company will give you insurance coverage. Company will promote you to manager, give you increment. Company will also pay bonus to you. Do you think, these kind of benefits will be provided to gig workers? I hope you understand. Do you think the gig workers will get all these hidden benefits? No. Right? So, company, there is no job guarantee. Company may not provide hidden benefits to you. Right? If you want to basically, right, work for these companies, the employees may be expected to make certain amount of investment. What do you mean by this? You want to work in Ola as a driver. But don't you think first and foremost you should have a car? Let me know. First and foremost, you should have a car to work in Ola. You want to work in Zomato as a delivery partner. But what is the prerequisite? You should have a bike. You should have a bike at least so that the delivery can be done. Or else you should have a horse. In fact, there was a joke. There was one photo that was taken. Right, one delivery partner using somebody else. Right, that is another company's delivery partner to move. Right, one delivery partner was actually was delivering food, right, by riding through horse. Again, whatever it is, don't worry. But the idea is very simple here. The delivery partner or the gig worker is expected to make certain amount of investment first to get an offer of a gig work. Employees generally are not provided with other benefits. Employees do not have any kind of a job security. Growth is not possible here. Right, you will work as a delivery partner. You will leave the job as a delivery partner most of the times. Upskilling may not be provided by the company. They don't have to skill you, right? Because you're not a full-time worker. They will skill you. What is the guarantee that you will remain with the company? You will jump to another company. But a full-time worker, there is more benefit for a company to provide them with skill set. And finally, companies cannot expect loyalty from the workers. Same, workers don't also expect loyalty from the company. That is, worker knows the company has hired me because they need some delivery partners. So until unless they have good number of orders, they will give the work to me. Otherwise, they will not give any work. That's the reason they are not very loyal to the company. They'll keep on, right, taking other jobs side by side. Okay, so this is the issues related to the concept of gig worker or gig economy. Done? So this is a discussion regarding employment. Issue related to the employment in case of India. Now, before I go to the next concept, here is a very important point. It's not a static area. Employment as a concept is not a static area. In fact, if you're reading newspapers, very often you'll come across the discussion about employment, unemployment in India. So my recommendation to you people is, as and when you keep on coming across these articles, update. Keep on updating, keep on updating. This is a very, very important area. Done? So the next concept I want to discuss with you people is inclusive growth. Idea of inclusive growth. Now, what I'll be covering under this, right? Basically, I'll start with a definition. We'll discuss definition. What does it mean to have inclusive growth? Does India have inclusive growth? Right? Is there a requirement of inclusive growth in India? And what reforms have been undertaken by the government in the last, let's say, many years to promote inclusive growth? Right? We'll have a discussion regarding that. First and foremost, let me start with the definition of inclusive growth. Let me start with definition of inclusive growth. What do you mean by the definition of inclusive growth? Please by heart this one definition, more than sufficient. As per the World Bank, inclusive growth refers to both the pace as well as pattern of growth. I'll repeat it. Earlier also we have discussed this under the context of planning, but today let's have a detailed discussion. So what is this inclusive growth? Inclusive growth refers to the pace as well as the pattern of growth. Now there are two terms here, growth and development. Growth and development. Let me start with example. Growth, best example is GDP growth rate. Development, right? Let's say development of regions in India. Regional inequality coming down. Regional inequality coming down. Reduction in poverty. Right? Reduction in gender inequalities. Gender inequalities. Reduction in the gender inequality. Now, have a look at this. On one side, I've written example of growth, that is GDP growth rate. And on the other side, I've given examples of development, that is reduction in the regional inequality, reduction in gender inequality, reduction in the poverty numbers, etc., etc. Sir, what is the difference here? What is the difference between a growth? What is the difference between development? Difference is very simple here. Growth represents a quantitative output. Growth refers to quantitative output. You are referring to a certain quantity. That is basically idea of a growth here. What is the quantity you are referring to? Can I say the market prices of all the goods and services? The quantitative output that you are referring to is basically higher production of goods and services. But on the other hand, development refers to the benefit, I repeat, the benefit that the economy will derive from growth. The benefit the whole economy will derive from growth. Sir, what do you mean by benefit derived from the growth? Tell me now, follow the sequence here. If the GDP keeps on increasing, does it not mean that more and more people are getting jobs? And when more and more people will get the jobs, what do you expect the salaries or incomes of the houses to happen? The salaries or houses will increase. And when the salaries of the houses will start increasing, can it lead to reduction in the poverty or not? Can it lead to reduction in the poverty numbers in the economy? Of course, yes. If the salaries will keep on increasing, people will get access to more nutrition, right? More and more growth will take place across all the regions in India. All the states will become developed states, right? There is no, right, only one part of the state being developed and another part being ignored situation. So women will also get jobs, they will also become empowered, etc., etc. So don't you think whenever GDP growth rate will keep on taking place, GDP keeps on increasing, expanding like this, we expect these outcomes to happen. We expect these outcomes to take place in the economy. So again, understand this. Whenever the growth will take place, we expect the development also to happen in the economy. That's the reason I said development basically refers to what? It is what is the impact of the growth on the overall economy. I repeat, the development refers to what is the impact of overall growth on the economy. Are the poverty numbers coming down or going up? Right? Is the regional inequality coming down, going up? Farmer suicides, is it coming down or going up? Because, right, let me know. Is it okay with all of you that India achieves a $5 trillion economy and number of farmers committing suicides are very, very high in India? Let me know. On one side, India achieves the GDP growth rate or GDP of $5 trillion. From more than 3 trillion will meet 5 trillion. But at the same point of time, farmers are committing suicides very, very high in India. Is it acceptable? No. Which means growth is happening. But the benefit of the growth is not reaching every section of the economy. That is exclusive growth, not inclusive growth. So what do you mean by inclusive growth? It refers to pace of growth and the pattern of growth. It refers to the pace as well as the pattern of growth. And both of them are connected to each other and can be achieved together. Is it okay? The growth and development both are connected to each other and can be achieved together. That is called as inclusive growth. And what are the characteristics? Right, based on what you can say economy is achieving inclusive growth? Please look at these characteristics here. Features of inclusive growth. These are nothing but features. The features of inclusive growth. For example, if you want to decide whether India has achieved inclusive growth or not, please evaluate Indian economy based on these parameters. Automatically you will understand, has India achieved inclusive growth? For example, the emissions should be very low. You should not be emitting a lot. Emissions should be very, very low. And please remember, the protection of environment is also very, very important. Why? Can I simply say that if you keep on polluting, the global average temperature will go up. If the average global temperature goes up, first impact will be melting of ice, floods taking place, economic activity being affected, and more importantly, agriculture sector getting affected. Agriculture sector getting affected. In fact, if you are reading newspapers, you will agree to all of them. Right? There is unseasonal rainfall that is taking place. Floods is taking place in many countries because of the environmental changes. Even 1%, 1 degree Celsius, not percentage, 1 degree Celsius change happens in the temperature, there is a huge impact on agriculture output. And all of that is associated with the growth and development. What about employment generation? Unemployment rate should be very low. Development should take place in the agriculture sector. Farmers should be able to get the benefit of the growth in the economy. Reduction in the poverty should take place. Poverty numbers should not be very high. Poverty numbers should be reducing. Industrial and social sector development should be observed. Financial inclusion should be observed. Right? Regional disparities should be reduced. Income disparities should also be reduced. Now look at all of these features and let me know how many of you believe that India has already achieved inclusive growth. Look at all the features of inclusive growth and tell me how many of you are under the impression that we have already achieved inclusive growth. Answer is no, by the way. But that also doesn't mean, before you come to conclusion, that also doesn't mean government is not doing anything. In fact, I'll show you a list of reforms, right, where you can simply say, yes, because of these reforms, we can say that we are moving towards inclusive growth. In fact, the idea of inclusive growth was introduced in the 11th five-year plan, was introduced even in the 12th five-year plan. And after that also, we have been promoting the idea of inclusive growth. For example, right, what do you think of the punchline of the government of India? Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. Right? Is it not one more name for inclusive growth? Let me know. Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. Is it not one more interpretation of inclusive growth? Right? So has India achieved inclusive growth? No, we are not yet we are yet to achieve inclusive growth. Right? How do I prove that? These are certain features of Indian economy. Have a look at this. The population which is living in extreme poverty in India is very high. That is, people who can be classified as poor in India are very, very high. In fact, if you go back to the recommendations of Tandulkar committee, right, there is a committee which was set up by the government, Tandulkar committee. The Tandulkar committee recommendations have stated that 21.9% of 2011 population can be classified as poor in India. 21.9% of 2011 population can be classified as poor in India. Now, many of you will ask me, sir, why you are stuck up with 2011? We are in 2023. My dear, the reason is very simple here. I'll take a government data. That is the Tandulkar committee because of census. Simple idea, because of census. But even then, 21.9% of 1.21 billion, it's not a very small number. It's a very, very large number. Very, very large number. So population which resides in India, large part of it, a large chunk of it can be classified as poor. Issue of unemployment as well as underemployment. Look at the features and now look at the situation in case of India. Issue of unemployment is plaguing Indian economy. Issue of underemployment is also a problem of Indian economy. Income and wealth inequality. Income and wealth inequality. Now, some of you generally get confused between the term income and wealth. Understand this carefully. Some of you get confused between income and wealth. Income generally talks about cash. Income refers to the cash flow, whereas wealth refers to the assets held by you. Wealth refers to assets held by you. Now, let me know, if income inequality keeps on increasing, will it not add to wealth inequality or not? I hope you understand. If income inequality is very, very high, will it not keep on adding to the wealth inequality in the economy? Answer is yes. Because if, let's simple example. Let's say there are three people, A, B and C. All the three people are earning different amount of income. A is earning 0, B is earning 10 rupee, C is earning 1000 rupee. This income inequality will manifest itself over a period of time in the form of wealth inequality. So what is the situation in case of India? India faces both of them. I'll come back to this, don't worry. India faces both of them. Income inequality as well as wealth inequality. Right? How to prove it? Please have a look at the report here. And from 1 year to next year, different reports are published. I am taking one report. Right? A couple of years ago, there was one report that was published by World Inequality Lab. World Inequality Lab, very famously referred to as World Inequality Report. Now, make three very important observations here. The top 1% of the total population in India, how much, right, is the income earned? How much is the wealth? Bottom 50% of the population, how much income, how much wealth? And the other side of the slide, right, the right side of the slide, out of the total income generated in India, how much will go to the male population, how much will go to the female population? Please have a look at it. And if you are getting confused, sir, what do you mean by top 1%, top 10%, etc. like this, let me give a very basic idea. Imagine there are four people, A, B, C, D, or let's say A, B, C, D, E. Now, follow this carefully, right? A will earn 0 rupee, B will earn 100, C will earn 200, D will earn 300, and E will earn 400. What is the total income? What is the total income? 1000 rupee. Now, can I simply say that? If I say top 40% of the population, I hope you understand my statement here. Top 40% of the population in terms of earning income, I'll be counting only E. Let me know. Simple idea. Top 40% of the population in terms of incomes, 40%, 40. top 40% of the total income in terms of population, that is, how many people are there in the top 40%, can I simply say only one person is there? Only one person, that is. This is how wealth and inequality can be calculated in terms of top 1%, top 40%, top 10%, etc. Now, what is the situation in case of India? Observe it in the pie chart. Observe it in the pie chart. Top 1% of the population in case of India accounts for 13% of the incomes. Top 1% accounts for how much of the incomes in India? 13% of the income. And bottom 50%, I'm sorry, my mistake, 21.7%. Bottom 50% of the population accounts for how much? 13% of the total incomes. Right? Imagine to what extent income inequality is existing in India. Bottom 50% of the population in India, right, totally accounts for how much of the total incomes? 13%, 13%. And top 1% of the population accounts for 22% of the total income. Inequality, income inequality, very, very high. What about wealth inequality? Right? What about wealth inequality? Wealth inequality is also very, very high. Top 1% account for 1/3 of the total wealth in India. And bottom 50% account for 6%, 6% of the total wealth in India. Right? So imagine to what extent income inequality, right, is there in India, and wealth inequality is there in India. And come to the other side, same report. It also says that around 18% of the total income generated, around 18% of the total income generated will go to women as a part of the workforce, which means around 81%. I'll just round off the number. Around 81 to 82% of the total income generated is going to male workforce in India. Is it not gender inequality? Income inequality is existing, but within that, again, there is gender inequality. Right? So that's a reason. Please be very careful. And whenever you're writing these kind of answers, quote the data. Say, as per World Inequality Report, as per Oxfam report. Oxfam was there day for yesterday in the newspaper. Please read that also. Again, not for economics, but for something else. So income and wealth inequality is very, very high in India. Income and wealth inequality is very high. Okay. Regional imbalances are still existing. 12 5-year plans were implemented. Even today, there is a regional imbalance. Certain regions in a state very well developed. Certain regions are not very well developed. Industrial growth rate in case of India is adding to a lot of pollution. India is one of the major polluters in the international market. One of the major polluters. Right? So pollution that is caused by India is also very, very high. Right? So these are some of the reasons why we say that India is yet to achieve inclusive growth. India should achieve inclusive growth. In addition to these points, right, go through these points. Why should India go towards inclusive growth? As already mentioned, India has a very high population which can be classified as poor. And in the international economy, India has the second largest population. And most of the experts say we might have already become the largest population, much bigger than China's population. So when the population is very high, second largest or first highest doesn't matter. You need to ensure growth will provide benefit to everyone in the society. When the poverty numbers are very, very high, you need to ensure growth will provide benefit to everybody. India is suffering from low development in social indicators such as literacy rates, digital literacy, sanitation issues, corruption issues, poverty, malnutrition, etc. Again, reforms are being undertaken. I hope you understand my point. It's not that I'm not criticizing government, this government, previous government, etc. I'm simply saying what is the situation, what has the governments done over a period of time. I'll show it, have patience. Third, what about economic indicators? We are basically falling behind in case of social indicators. What about economic indicators? Unemployment rate. Issue of unemployment. the GDP slowing down in the last couple of years, recession in the last couple of years, right? Underemployment, skill gaps, etc. These are also some of the concerns. Although there is a very high GDP growth rate being achieved in case of India, the benefits of this are not reaching to all the sections in the economy. How can I prove that? Look at gender income inequality, overall income inequality, wealth inequality. You will realize that everybody in the system is not getting benefit of growth. Some population is majorly benefiting and the most of the population is not majorly benefiting, right? So these are some of the reasons why we say that we should achieve inclusive growth in India. Now, what has the government done? I'll come back to this. What has the government done? I'll just give you a very nice tree structure here, mind map. What has the government of India done to promote inclusive growth? Not just this government, multiple governments, right? I've given various examples and please understand this is an illustrative list. I hope you understand. It is an illustrative list. It is not an exhaustive list. I have not written all the examples of reforms which are done by the government to promote inclusive growth. That will take full 1 year for you. Don't do that. Remember some of them. Under each of the heading, remember some of them. For example, promotion of industries, promotion of industrialization. Can I give you examples in the form of, let's say, PLI, Make in India, Startup India? These will be to promote industrialization. What about promotion of employment generation? Again, you can write Make in India, PLI, Skill India Initiative, right? Let's say Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana, National Apprenticeship Program, etc., etc. What about financial inclusion? What about financial inclusion? In order to promote financial inclusion, Government of India has promoted initiatives such as Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana. We have discussed this, by the way. Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana, Atal Pension Yojana, right? Banking correspondent initiative, right? Let's say payment bank, small finance bank, cooperative bank, etc. Financial inclusion. Protection of environment, right? Regarding protection of environment, in the last couple of years itself, Government of India has implemented so many reforms. For example, Government of India wants Indian economy to become zero emission, net zero emission by 2070. It has been promoting renewable energy sector. It has been promoting renewable energy sector. Yes or no? It has been promoting manufacturing and sale of electric vehicles, EVs, electric vehicles. In fact, there's a scheme to promote that. Faster adoption and manufacturing of electric vehicles. FAME 1, FAME 2. Right? They want to make railways net zero emission by 2030. So have a look at this. These are some of the examples. Some of the examples. Not the exhaustive list. Some of the examples. The government is also promoting rural, right, development. For example, we are implementing BharatNet initiative, BharatNet program. Under BharatNet program, what are we doing? We want to ensure that around 2 lakh plus panchayats will have high-speed broadband connectivity. Right, 2 lakh plus panchayats will have high-speed broadband connectivity. And some of you might feel, sir, there is no importance of broadband internet connection. My dear, lot of important achievements can be done. For example, education can be promoted in a much better way. Dissemination of better technologies can reach farmers much sooner. Healthcare sector in rural India can be promoted using internet broadband connectivity, etc. Right, so BharatNet initiative to provide broadband connection at the rural level. The Niti Aayog is also implementing aspirational districts program in more than 100 districts. What are we doing in aspirational districts program? In more of these 100 districts which have been identified, we want to ensure certain type of infrastructure is available. We want to ensure the growth and development will be promoted by promoting certain minimum level of infrastructure in these aspirational districts. in order to reduce the poverty, reduction of poverty, Manrega initiative, Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme or Guarantee Act. And I hope you are reading in the newspaper regarding Manrega. Attendance system has been introduced, wages have been revised, etc. Annapurna scheme, or for that matter, NFSA, National Food Security Act, Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Anna Yojana, right? Prime Minister's housing initiative, right? There are so many schemes. There are so many schemes which are being implemented. Again, coming to the point here, is it an exhaustive list? Is it an exhaustive list of the initiatives which are being taken or which have been taken by the government? Absolutely no. It is not an exhaustive list. It is just an illustrative list to prove my point that government is not simply sitting quiet. They know that there is an issue of inclusive growth in India. All the population is not getting the benefit of the growth. We need to promote inclusive growth through these initiatives. Done. So these are some of the very important reforms that have been undertaken. And my suggestion is that keep on updating this. Keep on updating this list. It's not out. Let's not make it outdated. For example, in the last 1 year, if you're writing exams this year, make a list. You can put many of the schemes under the same listing only. If you're writing exams next year, look at previous 1 year, what has the government of India done? If you're writing in 2025, previous 1 year, I'm pretty sure you will see many reforms under all the headings. Done. So these are some of the reforms which have been undertaken by the government to promote inclusive growth in India. Now, what are the issues related to inclusive growth? As a concept, what are the issues related to inclusive growth? First one, generally there is this argument that development should be done separately, growth should be done separately. I hope you understand. Until unless World Bank came out with this argument that both are interlinked, there was this study which stated, or there were different experts who stated that you have to achieve development separately, you have to achieve growth separately. Right? Both are not connected to each other. And in fact, they said, look at government. For example, how can we prove that? They said, let's say government of India, by promoting industries, will be able to achieve growth. By providing social welfare measures, will be able to achieve development. So there was this argument that both are not connected to each other, both are different, both are not connected, both are not interlinked. So government, if they want to achieve social welfare, they will have to sacrifice some growth. If they want to achieve higher growth, because money will be shifted here, they will have to sacrifice the development objective. But World Bank says no. World Bank says no, both are not different, both are not disconnected, both are connected, both are interlinked. By promoting growth, you can very well achieve development along with that. So that was the first issue. You don't have to promote both of them individually, both can be achieved together now. Second one, number of poor must be reduced in percentage as well as in absolute numbers. What do you mean by this? If you look at the government data, government says in 1990s, the poverty numbers were very high. More than 40% of population in India was poor. By 2011, this has fallen down to 21.9% of the population. This is the argument by the government. They say that, see, this is the proof that the policies or the schemes of government of India have worked, because the percentage of population which can be classified as poor has fallen down. But don't you think, rather than reducing only the percentage, we should also reduce how many people are actually poor? Please understand the difference here. Rather than just reducing the percentage, how many people are classified as poor, that number should also come down. Now, many of you ask me, sir, has it not come down? My dear, you tell me, 10 people out of 100 are classified as poor, 15 people out of 200 classified as poor. Can I say that percentage population which is classified as poor has come down? Let me know. Percentage people who can be classified as poor, has it come down or not? Right? If you're still having a doubt, right, open up your calculator. Although in CSAT it will not be allowed. Take out your mobile, start typing 10 divided by 100, you will get 10 percentage. 15 divided by 100, you will get 7.5 percentage. So percentage of population which can be classified as poor has come down. But tell me, has the number of people who are classified as poor, has it come down? No. That's the reason I said you should reduce both in percentage as well as absolute number of poor people who are classified as poor. Okay. Benefits of the reforms has not reached everyone in the Indian economy. Even today we can see villages which do not have a proper road connectivity. We can see farmers still struggling to earn sufficient income by producing and selling in the market. We can see children struggling to get 24/7 electricity so that education levels can be improved, etc. So benefits of the reforms has reached but has not reached everyone in the same proportion. Social infrastructure has been neglected until now. We are promoting only in the last 1.5 decade, we have started promoting social infrastructure. Example, sir, what do you mean by social infrastructure? Schooling, right? Let's say rural electricity supply, right? More support to the farming community, right? Or let's say sanitation infrastructure, healthcare infrastructure, road connectivity to villages. So social infrastructure to a very great extent was neglected, right? Again, it doesn't mean they did not do anything, but priority was not given to that. So now we have started giving more and more priority. For example, sanitation. All of you will agree? Sanitation has been a priority for the current government, especially in the last, let's say 7 to 8 years. So need to promote investment in research and development so that it will automatically improve the quality of lifestyle in the domestic market. Sir, how research and development will promote quality lifestyle? We have discussed healthcare infrastructure. For example, healthcare, right? Many of these healthcare facilities, it is out of affordability range for the poor people because the R&D is not done in that in India. Hence, it is imported. Because the technology is imported, it is not affordable for the poor people. But we should ensure that poor people will also get access to healthcare facilities. How can you do that? Promote R&D. Invest more and more in the healthcare sector, right? All our other sectors as well, so that availability of technology will improve. That is how you ensure that quality of life or health etc. will be improved for overall all of India. Done. So this is the discussion regarding the concept of inclusive growth. Any doubts here so far? Any doubts? Right, because I want to take a break now. The last break for you people in the class. But before that, if you have any kind of a doubt, let me know. So for protection of environment, can we take example of green hydrogen? Of course, yes. Write it. Write it. Again, like I said, it is just a representative list. It's not an exhaustive list. Any other doubts? Sir, what is moonlighting? Moonlighting is a practice where, look at the term there, moonlighting, right? What do you mean by moonlighting? It's a practice where a full-time employee will also work in another company. Underline the term, will also work. I'll repeat it. Moonlighting is a practice where a full-time employee will also work for another company. That practice is called as a moonlighting. Why it is called as a moonlighting? The reason is very simple. Generally, again, traditional concept. What is a traditional concept? You will work from 9 to 5. Have you heard of this or not? The traditional concept of work is 9 to 5. 9 to 5 jobs. Now, the reason why this is called as a moonlighting is, imagine you work for one company, you're a software engineer, you will work from 9 to 5. After that, right, you are done. Right, your work for this company is over. Now you will start working as a freelancer. After this, you'll start working as a freelancer to another company. And because you're working after 5, that is during the evening and night hours, this is called as a moonlighting policy. So companies do not allow moonlighting. There is a lot of ethical issues here. Companies do not allow moonlighting. In fact, many companies such as Wipro, Infosys, etc., they have basically said that these people are involved in moonlighting, so we are going to remove them. Right? Lot of ethical issues are there in the context of moonlighting. Done? Okay, so let's take a break now. Let's take a break. 7:40, 7:45. I'll restart at 7:55. Take a 10-minute break. I'll restart at 7:55 a.m. by the way. Welcome back. Am I audible now? Let me know. Am I audible or not? Okay, let's start. Will we cover all the chapters left in the book? Why do you want to cover all the chapters in the book, first of all? This I've been telling from the first day. This is my 24th class today. I've been telling the same thing for that from the first class. Don't read everything that is there in the book. Everything that is there in the book is not needed for UPSC. Right? It's not needed. Okay, let's start. So next concept I want to cover is the concept of International Monetary Fund. IMF, International Monetary Fund. Now, first and foremost, I hope you remember the story that I told you earlier. Initially, back in 1944, there was a grouping of countries which met at a particular place called as the Bretton Woods. Bretton Woods. It's a city. Bretton Woods is a city in USA. So many countries met in the Bretton Woods. India was one of them. And they decided to have three organizations. One is World Trade Organization. Earlier it was referred to as ITO, International Trade Organizations. We were not able to establish it. But later, right after having a GATT in 1995, we were able to establish WTO. Then I told you one more organization that is relevant for you is IMF, International Monetary Fund. Right, this has been established. So this is one of the Bretton Woods organizations or Bretton Woods twins, IMF, and the other one is called as World Bank. These are collectively referred to as Bretton Woods twins or Bretton Woods organizations. These are also referred to as a UN Monetary and Financial Conference. That Bretton Woods Conference is also referred to as a UN Monetary and Financial Conference. Now, Bretton Woods organization, that is IMF, has how many members now? It has 190 members. And the headquarters of IMF, it is in the Washington, D.C. Washington, D.C. Now, how many of you remember where is the headquarters of WTO? Where is the headquarters of WTO, World Trade Organization? Where is its headquarters located? Let me check how many of you are reading. WTO's headquarters is located in Geneva. It is located in Geneva. Please by heart it. Please by heart. Okay. No concept here, just by hearting. Okay. The WTO, Geneva. IMF, right? It is Washington, D.C. Okay. Washington, D.C. What are the functions of International Monetary Fund? Let's connect it to current affairs. What are the functions of IMF? One, will provide loan to member countries. Anybody has a dispute regarding this? Anybody who says, sir, any example where IMF has provided loans to member countries, let me know. If you ask me that question, it simply means you are not reading newspapers. IMF is discussing loan to Pakistan. IMF has approved a loan, right? Has approved loan to Sri Lanka. Very recently, in the last 2 weeks, this was there in the newspaper. It will monitor the policies of the government. Yes or no? It will monitor the policies of the government, right? Why should it monitor policies of the government? If the policies of the government are adversely affecting the economy, for example, it has given loan to Sri Lanka, right? Sri Lankan government will formulate a policy where subsidies will be provided to people. Now tell me, will IMF agree to that? Will IMF agree to that? Of course no, right? So the IMF will basically keep on looking at the policies, evaluate the policies of the member countries, because the stability of the countries is very much relevant, right? Some of you might simply say, sir, Sri Lanka will collapse. Let it collapse. Pakistan will collapse. Let it collapse. Right? Your argument is they're collapsing, let them collapse. But please understand this very carefully. We have a globalized world today, right? Because of the reforms, we have a globalized economy today. If there is a collapse of one country, it is not just going to affect that country, it will have a spillover effect in other countries as well. It will have a lot of spillover effect in other countries. For example, some of you might look at the country Pakistan and say, sir, what is a spillover effect? Right? What wrong will happen? What will happen in the global market if Pakistan fails? My dear, trade relations. Trade relations. Look at trade relations. Don't you think Pakistan is also having a region which is very important in terms of agriculture sector? Think of it, agriculture sector. A very, very important region is there in Pakistan. So argument is simple. It's not a collapse of one country because we live in a globalized market now. Because we live in a globalized market, automatically there is going to be a lot of impact being felt because of the spillover effect. So that's a reason it will also monitor the policies of various governments. Third one, it will give recommendations to member countries regarding the policies. Of course, yes, they will have to give the recommendation. Okay. Next one, it will also publish certain reports. Please by heart the reports because IMF is there in the newspaper. But again, if you're writing next year or after 2 years, generally, if it is important, it is there in the newspaper, UPSC will pick up those questions. World Economic Outlook, Global Financial Stability Report, Fiscal Monitor, Regional Economic Outlook. These are some of the reports which are published by International Monetary Fund. Right, so these are certain important functions of IMF, International Monetary Fund. Now, right, let me show you a simplified version of structure of IMF. This is the structure of IMF. And if you ask me, please by heart this structure. Do not leave it. Please by heart this structure. And trust me when I say this, you can go to IMF website, you can go to Google and type the structure of IMF. The structure that they will provide is very, very complicated. You can check it later. Don't worry. I know many of you are doing right now. Right? You will be surprised to look at the arrow marks, how many arrow marks are moving from this side to this side, vertically down, horizontally like this, etc. It's a very, very complicated structure. You don't require that structure. Sir, then what should I remember? In case of IMF, this is a simplified structure. In fact, you do not have to by heart this list of the countries. You do not have to by heart this list as well. Now, what is the structure of IMF? The most important body under the International Monetary Fund is a Board of Governors. I repeat, the most important body within the IMF is Board of Governors. Now, Board of Governors, please understand this, it is the highest decision-making authority of IMF. Right? Just like we have, in case of WTO, ministerial conference. Just like we have a ministerial conference, it is the Board of Governors in IMF which is the highest decision-making authority. And the member countries, please understand, the representation is one governor is appointed. Again, understand this, highest person, governor, and second is a alternative governor. These are positions in IMF, governor and alternative governor. For example, from India, finance minister will be the governor at IMF and the RBI governor will be alternative governor at IMF. And most of the important decisions, sir, what do you mean by most of the important decisions? For example, whether to allow a country to join IMF or not. Right? In fact, I've given some of the functions here. Have a look at this. Whether to allow a country to become a member of IMF. Whether to remove a country from the membership of IMF. Whether STR allocations should be changed. I'll come to STR, have patience. Right? Whether withdrawal admittance of members should be allowed. What should be the quota for the member countries, etc. I have not discussed quota, have patience. I have not discussed STR, have patience. I'll discuss both of them. In addition to this, if you want to change the structure of IMF, you want to make certain changes for the structure of IMF, again it has to be decided by Board of Governors. It has to be decided by Board of Governors. And that's the reason I said Board of Governors is the most important part of IMF and the highest decision-making authority under IMF. But just like a ministerial conference, you let me know, can the Board of Governors meet every day? Can the Board of Governors take care of day-to-day activities of IMF? Of course, no, that's not possible. So that's a precise reason the Board of Governors will hand over, delegate, hand over certain functions to the other body. It will hand over certain functions to other body which is called as an executive board. What is the role of executive board? It is decided by board of governors. It is decided by board of governors. So the executive board will have 24 members. Each of the member countries will be divided into groups here, and 24 members will be representing these, right, 190 member countries. It will take care of the day-to-day activities of the IMF. For example, what do you mean by day-to-day activities of IMF? It will discuss aspects of work of IMF, to whom the loan should be given, how much a loan should be provided, what is, let's say, the policies of member countries of IMF. Is Indian policy counterproductive to, let's say, floating exchange rate, etc., etc.? All these the discussions are done in the executive board. So board of governors, it will not take care of day-to-day activities. It will delegate that work to the executive board. But this board of directors, it is assisted by two more authorities. I'll repeat it. The board of governors will receive assistance from two more committees or authorities. One is called as a development committee, and second one is International Monetary and Financial Committee. One is IMFC, second one is a DC, Development Committee. In the IMFC, there are 24 member countries, and it will meet twice a year, and this will give advice. Remember the term, advice. And now don't ask me, sir, is it compulsory, etc., etc.? It is an advice. The term itself, right, is self-explanatory. So the IMFC as well as a DC will provide advice to the board of governors. Now, before you ask me, is India part of any of these? Yes, India is a part of both of them. India is a part of IMFC. India is a part of Development Committee. Okay, so Development Committee consists of 25 members, right? Countries are there. Along with that, in both IMFC as well as the Development Committee, international organizations are also represented. So both of them will give advice to the board of governors. Again, it is up to the board of governors to implement or not implement, or accept or not accept the advice given by these two. Done. So IMFC and DC will advise the board of governors. Board of governors doesn't meet every day. For taking care of the day-to-day activities, it will hand over the work to the executive board. This is how the structure of IMF is there. Right? Remember this structure. Do not try to buy out the other structure. The other structure is very, very complicated. That is not needed for UPSC. Done. So this is the structure. Now, what is this idea for STR? What is this concept of a quota? Very often you'll come across this in the newspaper. Quota has been increased. SDR allocation has been done, etc. Now, all of you know this. IMF will give loans to member countries. Anybody has a problem with this? International Monetary Fund will provide loans to member countries. Any problem with this argument? Of course, yes, IMF will provide loans to member countries. Now, question is, IMF is not a commercial entity. Then from where does IMF get the money from? I hope you understand my contention here. IMF will not provide services to you people. IMF is not manufacturing a product and selling in the international market. So the question is, from where does IMF get the money to provide loans? IMF will get the money from member countries. Simple idea. IMF will get the money from member countries. IMF will get the money from member countries and will provide it in the form of a loan to member countries. That is how IMF will actually function. That is how IMF actually performs its function. And the total capacity that is there with IMF. Have a look at this. I'll come back to this. Don't worry. The total capacity of loans that can be provided by IMF is basically around 1 trillion now. Around $1 trillion worth of loans can be provided by IMF today. So now the question is, up to 1 trillion loans can be provided, but for that, from where does IMF get the money? There are three different ways. I'll repeat, there are three different ways. One is called a quota for every member country. Second one is multilateral borrowing. Third one is bilateral borrowing. I'll repeat it. One is quotas. Second one is multilateral borrowing. And the third one is bilateral borrowing. Quotas is referred to as the first line of defense, right? The multilateral is referred to as a second line and the third line of defense. So quotas, multilateral and bilateral borrowing. Now let me ask you a very simple question. Very simple question, by the way. Understand the logic behind it. Don't remember the example. Understand the logic behind it. Right? All of you have, right, let's say certain amount of pocket money. Agreed? Or, right, many of you simply say, sir, how dare you talk about pocket money? I'm a salaried person. Either you're having a pocket money or salaried. Doesn't matter. You have certain amount of money. Now, let's say you run out of that money. Simple example, by the way. Let's say you run out of that money, but you require money. Can I simply say you will approach first option, your parents? First option is your parents. And many of you will simply say, sir, no, my parents are very strict. They will ask 100 questions if they want to give me money. Before family, I will reach out to my other family, that is my friends. I will reach out to my friends. Let's say you will adopt the same practice. You will reach out to your friend, you will borrow from them. But what if the borrowing that you have done from your friend, that is still not sufficient? That is still not sufficient. Now, what is the next course of action? You will call up your parents, especially most of you will call up your mother, not father, because mothers are very friendly. They will understand your problem, not father. Father is very, very strict. What you have done, that money, this money, I am spending so much amount on you. He will give you a full list. So argument is what? First, you will approach your friends. Then it is not sufficient. You will borrow from your, right? You will take money from your parents. Apply the same logic to IMF. Apply the same logic to IMF. IMF has already collected certain amount of money from member countries. I repeat, IMF has already collected certain amount of money from member countries, which is called as quota. Sir, how much they will collect? How will they decide? I'll tell you that. Have patience. IMF has already collected certain amount of money from member countries, that is called as quota. Now, don't you think there could come certain situation wherein this money is not sufficient for IMF? I hope you understand this. IMF has already collected certain amount of money from the member countries, that is called as quota. But what if many countries require loans from IMF now? Sri Lanka is taking loan. Pakistan is taking loan. Let's say China will take loan, hypothetically. India will start asking for a loan. Bangladesh will ask for a loan. Right? USA will ask for the loan. Now, don't you think IMF will require more money? The quota is not sufficient. The money that they have collected under quota is not sufficient. They will require more money. That is where they will opt for the next option, which is called as a multilateral borrowing. Right? That is referred to as a multilateral borrowing. Right? And under the multilateral borrowing, I'll show you the data. Have patience. They will take the money from certain countries. Now, let's say they have taken money from certain countries, they have borrowed from certain countries, and they have given loan to the other countries that are demanding loans. Now, what if even that is not sufficient? What if even that is not sufficient? In such cases, they will borrow from some more countries under a tool called as bilateral borrowing. Right? So I hope you understand. The concept is simple here. First, they already have collected money. They have certain money in the form of quota money. They will use all of that. But if it is not sufficient, they will opt for the next option, multilateral borrowing. Borrow from some countries. I'll show you the list. If even that is not sufficient, they will borrow from, right, one more group of countries, which is called as a bilateral borrowing. So under quota, multilateral and bilateral put together, IMF can get access to totally $977 billion, right, worth of the money. Right? This is how IMF will collect money to provide loans to member countries. Now, let's go one by one. What do you mean by quota here? Let's go one by one. What do you mean by quota? Right? Do not be confused by the term quota. Have you heard of quota in reservation? Right? Because many of you, despite me telling this 10 times, will keep on asking the same thing. Have you heard of the term quota in reservation? Right? What is the basic idea of a quota? A number. I hope you understand this. It's basically a number. 10% reservation, that is called as a quota. 23% reservation, quota. 50% reservation, that's a quota. So apply the same logic here. Quota is not a definition here. Quota is basically representing a number. What is quota? Quota under IMF represents a position of a country, relative position of a country in the global market. I'll repeat it again. What's a quota here? Quotas are referred as the building blocks of IMF, which represent relative position of a country in the global market. What is India's position in the global market? It is designated in a form of a number. It is given in the form of a number. That is called as quota. And once the quota is decided, please understand this, once the quota for a country is decided, it also means the country has to provide certain amount of money to IMF to become a member. I'll repeat it again. Let's say hypothetically there is country X. There is country X. They want to become a member of IMF. So what IMF does? IMF, using a formula, will find out what is the relative position of this country in the global market. And based on that, country X will have to provide certain money to IMF if they want to become a member of IMF. Sir, what formula used? Just by heart this. Just by heart this. There are 4 parameters which are considered in determining quota of a country. There are 4 parameters which are considered by IMF in determining quota of a country. GDP, openness, economic variability, and international reserves. Now, some of you will try to do PhD on all the 4. Don't. It's waste of your time. Because let me know if you expect UPSC to ask a question on this. This is how quota is calculated for any country. I will use alphabets here. Rather than writing full forms, I'll use alphabets. A into 0.5 plus B into 0.3 plus C into 0.15 plus D into 0.05 whole bracket compression factor. Whole bracket compression factor. Now tell me, how many of you expect that this kind of a question calculation will be asked in GS paper 3 or let's say GS paper in the prelims? That's a reason. Don't waste your time. Simply don't waste your time. You're simply wasting your time. Remember, 4 parameters are there. At the maximum, what I expect is they will ask you which has the highest weightage in the quota formula. At the maximum, what they might ask you is which has the highest weightage in the quota formula used by IMF. And lucky for you, I have given in a declining weightage here itself. I have given in the decreasing weightage, simply by heart it. GDP, openness, variability, and reserves. Right? This is in a declining weightage. 0.5, 0.3, 0.15, 0.05. So this formula is used, and again, please understand, do not by heart it. Do not waste your time. It's simply for your information to make you afraid about IMF. Just a joke, by the way. It's not needed. Not needed. Formula not needed. I will write it here. Okay, just to make you understand why you don't need to enter into all of the discussions, I've given the data here. So a country's quota is decided. Country's quota is decided. And based on the quota, the member country will contribute money to IMF. So the first important resource for IMF is quota. Second, the new arrangements to borrow, multilateral arrangements, multilateral and bilateral, new arrangements to borrow and bilateral borrowing agreements. Now, what are the important points here? Just factual information by heart it. In new arrangements to borrow, there are 40 countries, members of IMF. All the 40 countries say that, or all the 40 members, to be more precise, not countries, 40 members, say that if IMF requires, we will provide loans up to 221 billion. We'll provide loans up to, right, sorry, 521 billion, not 221, 521 billion dollars. If IMF requires the money, if IMF needs the money, will provide, right, up to 521 billion. But for these 40 member countries or members to provide this to IMF, 85% of this have to agree. 85% of these 40 members will have to vote in favor of it and then provide, right, these 521, right, to basically IMF. This is one more route where IMF can get loans. One more route, if even this is not sufficient, even if this is not sufficient, bilateral borrowing agreements are there. Under this, right, have a look at this. There are 40 countries again. There are 40 countries who have pledged that, who have told IMF that if you require loans up to 193 billion, I will provide it to you. Up to 193 billion, I will provide it to you. But again, there is a condition. 85% of these will have to vote in favor of it. Right? So again, I'll repeat it. Again, I'll repeat the concept here. IMF will give loans, but to give the loans, IMF requires money. From where they will get the money? They will get it through quotas. Member countries will have to contribute. If they require more, they can tap the bilateral, they can tap the multilateral borrowing arrangements that they have with other countries. Now, before you ask, is India one of them? Yes, India is present here as well as here. India is present here. Okay. Right. So I hope you understand now. There is a term called as STR. I'll come to that now. Basically, what I'm trying to tell you is IMF takes money to provide loans to member countries. Now, there is a term called as STR, special drawing right. There is a term called as STR, special drawing rights. In fact, if you remember the earlier discussion, I've mentioned STR without discussing it. Can I tell you the context? Do you remember RBI's discussion? Do you remember the discussion of RBI, Reserve Bank of India? I told that Reserve Bank of India maintains forex reserves. Maintains forex reserves. And forex reserves, there are 4 components. One of them was STR, special drawing right. And a second one was reserve tranche. I'll discuss that as well now. Second one is reserve tranche, also referred as a gold tranche. Now, sir, you have written only 2, but you said 4. Right? Cash. Right? Basically, the forex, foreign currencies, foreign currency asset, gold are the 2 components. In fact, I'll show you a table. Have patience. Let's start with the STR. Let's start with the STR. Special drawing right. What is the special drawing right? Imagine here is a member country. They will become, right, member of IMF. They'll become a member of IMF. Now, IMF will allocate a certain STRs to all the member countries, and STRs are nothing but reserve assets. Remember this. STRs are nothing but reserve assets. And now, look at this and let me know. Do you think all the member countries will get the same SDR numbers? Think of it and let me know. First, quota is determined, and based on the quota, right, the SDRs are allocated by IMF. Now, how many of you believe that all the member countries under IMF will get the same units of SDR? Absolutely no. You will not get the same units. Why? Quota. Quota is important. And from one country to another country, quota will change. All of you will agree? From one country to another country, quota will change. Sir, why quota will change? Will the forex reserves change? Of course, yes. Will the GDP change? Of course, yes. So when the factors that are used to calculate quota will change, of course, right, basically the quota will change, hence the STR allocations will also change. Right, so argument is simple here. IMF will allocate quotas to every member country. I hope you understand, right? Allocate quotas to every member country, and based on that allocate STRs. Now you will ask me, sir, what is the use of STR? What is the use of STR? STRs are reserve assets and you can convert them into freely convertible currencies. You can convert them into freely convertible currencies. What do you mean by freely convertible currencies? As per IMF, as per International Monetary Fund, if a currency is majorly accepted for conducting transactions in the international market, it will be called as a freely convertible currency. I will repeat it again. Understand this point carefully here. If a currency is accepted for major transactions in the international market, it is called as freely convertible currency. Now, how many of you believe that rupee is a freely convertible currency? Let me know. How many of you believe that rupee is a freely convertible currency? Absolutely no. Why? In the international market, hardly 1 to 2% of the transactions are done in rupee. Most of the transactions are done in dollar. So whenever you talk about STR, STRs can be converted into freely convertible currencies such as dollars, such as euro, pound, right, or yuan, yen for that matter. And that is the precise reason. Have a look at this. That is the precise reason the value of STR is connected to basket of currencies. I'll repeat the statement. The value of STR, it is connected to basket of currencies. There is a basket of currency. This is a basket. Simply by heart it. In the basket, there are 5 currencies. The latest currency which has been added into the basket is a Chinese yuan. I'm saying Chinese yuan. UPSC once used the term Chinese renminbi. One and the same. Chinese renminbi. Right? So argument is simple here. The currency, reserve asset, that is the STR. The value of 1 unit of STR is decided by the basket of currencies consisting of 5 currencies, and the weightages have been provided. If you ask me, sir, why weightages are required, I'll ask the same counter question to you. Do you think all these currencies are equally accepted in the international market? Right? Don't you think from one currency to another currency, the acceptance will change? Most of the transactions accepted in the form of dollar. So look at the weightage that is given to dollar. So argument is very simple, right? Based on the importance, based on right the acceptability, based on the convertibility in the international market, weightages have been provided. And now from one day to the next day, from 1 week to the next week, don't you think the values of these currencies will keep on changing? Let me know. From today to tomorrow, from this week to next week, don't you think the values of these currencies will keep on changing? And when value to these currencies or values of these currencies will keep on changing, value of STR automatically will change. Because you are deciding value of 1 unit of STR against a basket of currencies. And if these currencies value will keep on changing, STR value will also change. And who will determine what is the value of STR? IMF will announce what is the value of 1 unit of STR. In fact, when the introduction of STR was done, right, that is a reserve asset was done in back in 1969, it was given equivalent to gold. The value of 1 unit of STR was defined in terms of gold. But we have discontinued that. Today, value of STR is given in terms of these foreign currencies. And what is the use of this? Imagine country X has taken loan from country Y and they will have to pay $1. And today, let's say hypothetically, $1 is equal to 1 STR. Can I simply say that making the payment in terms of STR will be facilitated now? STRs can be used to make payments. STRs can be used to convert into other currencies as well. That is the importance of special drawing rights, right? Special drawing rights. So value of STR is notified by IMF. Value of one STR is based on basket of currencies. This is the basket of currencies. IMF allocates STR in proportion of quotas of member countries. Done. So this is the discussion regarding special drawing rights. And please understand, can you purchase an STR? Think of it and answer. You are an individual. I'm an individual. Elon Musk is an individual. Right? Can we purchase STR? No. These are allowed to be held only by the government. Private corporations are not allowed to hold STRs. Right? We cannot purchase STRs. Only the governments are allowed to hold these STRs. They are allowed to sell. They are allowed to purchase as per the provisions of IMF. Okay, so this is basically the concept of the IMF, STR. There is one more component of forex reserve, right? In fact, let me show the data to you. This is the table that has been given in the latest economic survey, right? Latest economic survey gives this table, and do not by heart this. I hope you understand. Do not by heart this, right? So do not by heart this. What you need to simply observe is there are 4 components in the forex reserves. There are 4 components in the forex reserves. One is gold, second one is RTP, that is the reserve tranche position. I'll discuss that. Third one is a STR. Just now, before 2 minutes, we discussed STR. We have a foreign currency asset. And whatever is the total forex reserve, it is the summation of all the 4. All the 4 will give you forex reserves. Right, so this is basically the table from the latest economic survey. Next year the data will change. Do not by heart these numbers. Do not by heart these numbers. But one is generally a fact. One observation is a fact here. Right, what is the general observation? If you take the total forex reserves, majority of it will be in the form of foreign currency assets. I'll repeat it again. If you take the total of forex reserves, majority of it will be in the form of FCA, that is foreign currency assets. Done? Now, what is this reserve tranche position? Right? What is this reserve tranche position? Now, reserve tranche position simply means, follow this carefully. Many of you get confused. Here is a country X. It will make certain payment that is called as quota to IMF. Agreed? Any problem with this? Here is a country X. It will make certain payment to IMF that is called as quota. Now, IMF says certain percentage of the quota you can borrow it from me. You can take it from me. I'll repeat it again. Understand this. Country X will have to make certain payment to IMF, right, because of quota, and then become a member of IMF. IMF now says certain percentage of this, you can take it in the form of a loan from IMF, and no charges will be imposed on this. No charges and no conditions. No charges and no conditions. Sir, what do you mean by charges here? IMF will provide loans. Now, there are 2 types of loans. I'll come to that, don't worry. There are 2 types of loans. One type of loan, no charges are imposed. No rate of interest is applicable. Second type of loan, rate of interest is applicable. Rate of interest is applicable. Now, many of you will ask me, sir, why should they have 2 types of loans? Tell me, right? Tell me this answer to this question. Do you think the facility which is provided by IMF should be same to 2 countries, USA and Zimbabwe? Let me know. Right? Have a look at this. Do you think the loan facility that is provided by IMF to two countries, that is, let's say Zimbabwe, Namibia, etc., etc., and USA should be same? Of course, no. Why? USA is a developed country, right? These other countries, I gave the example, these are very, very poor countries, least developed countries. So why should you impose a rate of interest on both the types of loans? That's a reason. Remember this. Loans which are given may have a rate of interest and may not have any kind of rate of interest. Now, one such facility is reserve tranche, or else this is also referred to as gold tranche. Gold tranche. Now, what is this reserve tranche or gold tranche? A member country, whenever, right, or a country, whenever they become a member of IMF, would have given certain amount of money to IMF because of quota. IMF says certain part of this, certain percentage of it, up to 25%, you can take it. Sir, what do you mean by this? Imagine country X will become a member of IMF, contribute 100 crore rupees because of quota. Contribute 100 crore rupees because of quota. What is 25% of this? 25 crore rupees. So country X can take up to 25 crore rupees as a loan from IMF without abiding by any condition, without having to pay any charges to IMF. Sir, what do you mean by condition here? What do you mean by condition here? Now let me know. If IMF gives a loan to Pakistan, should IMF impose any condition on Pakistan or not? Think of it. Apply logic, you'll understand. If IMF will give loan to Sri Lanka, should IMF impose any condition or not? Some of you are saying no. My dear, understand this carefully. A country, it's already on the brink of collapse. Right? The country is already on the brink of economic collapse. IMF will give loan without any conditions. What is the guarantee that the country will reverse their policies? You tell me. Right? You tell me. If Pakistan's policies already have pushed Pakistan towards crisis, IMF will give loan and Pakistan further implements the same policies which led to crisis. Don't you think IMF will be losing its money? Does it make sense to you or not? That is the precise reason. Whenever IMF will provide these kind of loans, IMF imposes conditions. And there is no universal accepted conditions here. IMF will impose conditions which are different from one country to another country. There is no universal accepted conditions here. Right? IMF says, please implement this. Please implement this. Implement this. A, B, C, D like this. For example, the government of Sri Lanka has increased taxes on population. Have you read this in the newspaper? Through different types of taxes, government of Sri Lanka is collecting more taxes now. What about government of Pakistan? They have also imposed more taxes, collecting more taxes from the people. Why do you think they are doing it? Because they want to impose more taxes on the people. Is it? No. Generally, IMF says, please implement such policies so that government's financial position will improve. I hope you understand this. Government's financial condition will improve. Otherwise, government will receive assistance from IMF, keep on giving subsidies to people. Don't you think the crisis will become much more deeper? That's the reason there are certain conditionalities which are attached. Certain conditionalities. And like I said, not universal, will vary from one country to another country. Generally, these will be in nature of controlling subsidies, controlling fiscal deficit, controlling expenditure, increase taxes so that the revenues of the government will increase, etc. And that is where the criticism also comes. What is a criticism? Don't you think just like India, Sri Lankan government is also sovereign? Pakistan government is also sovereign. Now, IMF is imposing conditions, forcing the governments to implement policies. Is it not against the sovereignty? Think of it. Is it not against their sovereignty? Of course, the answer is yes. That is one criticism. Second criticism is already people in Sri Lanka as well as Pakistan are suffering. Population is suffering because of faulty government policies. Now IMF tells the government, increase your revenue, increase the amount of revenue that you have. And what does the government do? Government will implement more taxation, burdening people more. Right? Don't you think that is again one more criticism, because government policies are influenced by IMF conditionality. And because IMF imposes condition, the hardship on the people, the problem faced by the people actually is increasing. Right? So that is the criticism regarding the policies of IMF. Okay, so come back to the reserve tranche position here. The reserve tranche position basically refers to a system wherein certain percentage of the quota the member country is allowed to borrow from IMF without paying any charges, without meeting any conditions. That is basically called as a reserve tranche position. Right? Now, is it okay if I say, looking at all of this, because India can always avail reserve tranche position, which is basically up to 25% of its quota, it simply means certain forex reserves are available for India at their disposal. Let me know. Certain, right, STRs or dollars are available for Indian government at their disposal. If you require it, you can borrow it. Right? That is basically the idea for reserve tranche, and that's why forex reserves will consist of reserve tranche as well as the special drawing rights. It is the difference between IMF holding and the designated quota. Right? Sir, what do you mean by that? Imagine you are that country. Your quota is how much? 100 crore. Your quota is how much? 100 crore. And out of that, up to 25% you can borrow. And imagine you will take 25 crores. So your quota is how much? 100 crore. You will take a loan of 25 crore rupees. How much is left out with IMF? How much of your quota is held with IMF right now? 75 crore. Now, can I put this 25 crore? This is the reserve tranche position. Have a look at this. Many of you get confused with the definition. 25 crore is your reserve tranche position. Can I arrive at that 25 crore by saying that it's a difference between the quota and the holding at IMF? Is the logic okay? It's a difference between the quota and your holdings at IMF. If you take 25 crore, how much of your money is there with IMF now? 75. So holding is 75, quota is 100. The difference between that is RTP, reserve tranche position. Every member country needs to contribute in share of their quotas to IMF, and part of this can be withdrawn without any charges, without any condition by the member countries. Right, by the member countries. Now, this is one way through which IMF will provide loans to member countries. Now, let me show you what are the other ways through which IMF will provide loans. And this is where most of you will simply waste your time. If you ask me, I can make a PhD thesis on this because I've read it. For you, is it required for UPSC? If you ask me, simply by heart, more than sufficient. This table, and there is one more table. I'll give you that also. Simply by heart, it is more than what is required for UPSC. Now, what is the idea here? Earlier I told you, whenever IMF will provide loans, there are two types of loans. One is concessional loans. What do you mean by concessional loans? No rate of interest. No rate of interest. And the other one is non-concessional loans, where charges are applicable. Where charges are applicable. Sir, why do they have two types of products like this? Whenever poor countries or least developed countries want to borrow from IMF, IMF will provide them with the loans under concessional lending. But whenever developed countries, and again, the underdeveloped or least developed countries, they want to take a loan, there is one more facility called as non-concessional. Because some of you will simply say, sir, you said poor countries can borrow under concessional. Now tell me, will there be a limit or not? Let me know. should there be a limit on how much loan the country should be allowed to borrow? Right? If you do not have any limit, then the poor countries will keep on borrowing unlimited amount of money under concessional. So generally based on the quota, again look at this, based on the quota, certain limits are decided. And whenever you meet that limit, a poor country will meet that limit under concessional loan. Now they will be asked to borrow under non-concessional loans. That is where rate of interest is applicable. Now, to be very precise here, IMF has around 10 to 12 loan products. Around 10 to 12 loan products are there. Should you remember all the 10 to 12? My answer to that is no, do not waste your time. Right? There's a very large document published by IMF. Right? I know many of you will start searching right now. Not required for UPSC. Let's simplify it. So the loan products that are given, I've given 6 of them here. Please by heart this. In fact, last year a question has been asked on this. Please by heart it. And if you ask me, sir, is India borrowing under any one of them? India right now has not borrowed any amount from IMF. I'll repeat the statement here. India right now doesn't have any borrowings from IMF. India last time they borrowed was because of the 1991 crisis. 1993 was the last time when India borrowed from IMF, and all the money has been repaid by 2000. After that, India has not borrowed from IMF, which means India doesn't owe money because of borrowings to IMF. So there are 3 types of requirements: emergency, short term, medium and long term. Now many of you will start typing, sir, what is emergency? What is a short term? What is a medium to long term? Let me complicate it. Because you will ask, let me complicate it now. Right? So what is short term, medium term and long term? Look at the data, there itself will understand it. Now you will ask me, sir, what is SPF, EFF, etc. Please look at the previous slide. Please look at the previous slide. SBA, EFF, RFI, RCF, SCF, ECF. Short terms are there, short forms of all of these with expansion is there in the previous slide itself. And what is the important point under each one of them I've given here. But even if you ask me now, I would recommend please don't by heart this also. But because some of you will never agree to whatever I say, I've given data here, please by heart it. But even then, if you see, there is no fixed data for any one of them. For example, in case of SBA, it is a non-concessional lending. Non-concessional means what? Rate of interest is applicable. The loans are provided, repayment is allowed in a duration of 3.25 years to 5 years. Sir, why this kind of a range is provided? Because generally what IMF says is, it depends on the negotiation, it depends on the situation of the member country. For example, if a member country's forex reserves have got depleted, very, very bad situation of the economy, very, very bad situation. How many of you think that only 3 years should be given for the member country to make repayment? Let me know. Right? How many of you believe that just 3 years, fixed 3 years, nothing, just 3 years should be given for the member country to make payment? No. I hope you understand my argument here. So don't you think from one member country to another member country, economic crisis will differ? What is the severeness, extent of economic crisis will differ, and based on that itself, IMF will provide different tenures to these member countries. But generally, these are the kind of tenures. These are the kind of tenures. In case of SPA, 3.25 to 5 years. In case of RFI, Rapid Financing Instrument, 3.25 to 5 years. In case of SCF, right, up to 8 years. In case of RCF, up to 10 years. Right, from one country to another country, the maturity period will keep on changing because of severity of the crisis. But this is how the lending is done by IMF, International Monetary Fund. Okay. Now, finally, what is the connection between India and IMF? What is the connection? India is a founding member of IMF. Same you can apply to World Bank as well. India is a founding member of IMF as well. India currently has a voting right of 2.63%. Right? In case of IMF, please understand this. Every member country based on the quota. Quota is very important here. Quota influences what is the voting right given to member countries. India's voting right in case of IMF is 2.63%. Which has the highest voting right? USA. US has the highest voting right, somewhere around 16%. 1/6. US has the highest voting right, somewhere around 16%. India has not taken any financial assistance from the IMF since 1993. Post 1993, India has not taken any loan from IMF. Right? We took a loan because of the crisis, and by 2000, we have repaid the loans. After that, no, we have not taken any assistance from IMF. Done? So these are certain important points regarding India and International Monetary Fund, IMF. So this is the discussion I wanted to have regarding the syllabus here. Any questions that you people have, shoot it right now. Otherwise, I'll start with MCQs and descriptive questions. The last set of MCQs and descriptive questions. If you have any questions, let me know right now. Will IMF provide interest on money? Yes, generally in case of STR, IMF will provide certain interest. It is called as STRI. Certain interest is provided. What is STR? Special drawing rights. Special drawing rights. STR refers to special drawing rights. It is basically an asset. Is gold an asset? All of you understand? Is gold an asset or not? Is a house an asset? Is land an asset? So argument is there are different types of assets. Now one of such asset is allocated by IMF to every member country. And on what basis it is allocated? Go back to the idea of quota. Quota will influence voting right. Quota will influence STR allocation. So based on that, STRs would be allocated to member countries. Member countries. Now, in case of India, the amount of STRs have been allocated, the data I've given it to you. And IMF generally once 5 years. IMF generally once every 5 years will revise the quota. Will revise STR allocation, etc. But again, it is a convention, not a constitutional mandate. Right? Generally, we have seen STR allocations will change because IMF, right, the board of governors have revised it. And that is basically the idea. And what is the use of STR? STRs are assets. STRs are nothing but assets. STRs can be used to sell, to settle certain payments, to convert into other currencies. Okay. What do you mean America has 16 voting right? America has 16% of voting right. I did not say 16 voting right. 16%. Total 100% voting right is distributed amongst all the member countries. Arey Baba, it is similar to GST. Right? This is the last class. You should not ask these kind of questions. In GST, we discussed center has 33% and remaining voting rights is distributed amongst the state governments equally. Apply the same logic here. Right? 100% is divided. 16% goes to USA. India has around 2.6%. Okay? Done. Let's continue with the questions then. Let's start with questions. Okay, straightforward question. Recently, which one of the following currencies has been proposed to be added to the basket of IMF SDR? Renminbi. In fact, it was asked a couple of years ago, before Renminbi was added. Today, it is part of the SDR basket. Today, it is part of the SDR basket. Done? Now, let's solve this directly. Because rather than starting a poll, etc., let's solve this directly. It's a straightforward idea. A rapid financing instrument and a rapid credit facility, RFI, RCF, are related to the provisions of lending by which of the following? This was there last year. It was there last year in the prelims, right? So RFI and RCF are related to the provisions of which of the following, right? Asian Development Bank, no. Right option is option B, International Monetary Fund. In fact, in the table, both of them have been mentioned. RCF and RFI, both of them have been mentioned. Okay. So option B, International Monetary Fund. Next. Okay. Why it should be higher, no? With reference to International Monetary and Financial Committee, consider the following statements. IMFC discusses matters concerns affecting the global economy and advises the International Monetary Fund on the direction of its work. Statement 1 is correct, advises. World Bank participates as observer in the IMFC meetings. Observer, correct. Please understand, there are intergovernmental organizations. Intergovernmental organizations such as World Bank. Does World Bank participate as an observer? Of course, yes. I told you, either in DC, that is Development Committee, or IMFC, intergovernmental organizations are allowed to participate as observers. These are not members, observers, and provide inputs there. So second statement is also correct. Right option for the question will be option C, both 1 and 2. Okay. Now earlier, it has not been discussed. My dear, please go back. Right. Please go back. If I've discussed, I'll say it has been discussed. Otherwise, I generally explain it in the question itself. Okay. Now, let me take up the descriptive questions that were there earlier, but which we did not discuss. For example, related to infrastructure, industries. Let's discuss those. The nature of economic growth in India in recent times is often described as jobless growth. Do you agree with this view? Give arguments in favor of your answer. Right, this is a descriptive question which was asked by UPSC. Right, how do you approach it? As usual, 3 parts. Introduction. What is a jobless growth phenomenon? Explain it. Give the definition of it. Right, did I give you a definition? Jobless growth is a situation in the economy wherein GDP growth rate is higher, employment growth rate is very low. That is introduction. Now come to the main body. Do not write too much in the introduction. Crisp, to the point. Come to the main body. Why do we say there is a jobless growth phenomenon in India? Why do we say there is a jobless growth phenomenon? Right, have a look at this. Because of low employment elasticity, because of investment being very high capital intensive rather than labor intensive, skilled labor availability is very low, manufacturing sector has got huge potential to add to the employment, but majority of the contribution in case of India to the GDP comes from services sector, etc. We have discussed all of them earlier in the classroom. Write those as arguments in favor of the point that there is a jobless growth phenomenon. And finally, in conclusion, you can simply say government of India as well as various state governments are implementing various reforms to address the issue of jobless growth in India. For example, on the industrial side in order to promote industries leading to generation of jobs. We are promoting PLI, we are promoting Make in India, etc. And on the other hand, to ensure that the jobs are, the skilled labor is available, we are also implementing Skill India initiative, right? Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Yojana, Rozgar Melas, etc. Right? So this is how you need to conclude. Always conclude on a positive note. Right? I don't know whether I've told this to you or not. Always conclude on a positive note. Do not end up your conclusion, do not end your answer with a negative argument. You want to become IAS officers, you will have to write a positive aspect, end on a positive note. Right? You know that there is an issue of jobless growth. Don't say because there is a jobless growth, right, we can't do anything here, right, government is useless, etc., etc. Don't do that. Or else, let's say there is a question on GST, right? Although it's been more than 5 years since the implementation of GST, there are certain issues still faced by the GST. Elaborate, they will say. And what is your conclusion? Because so many issues are there in the GST, we should replace the GST. You're basically giving a recommendation which is much more problematic than the problem itself. You have taken 5 years, you have discussed 15 years to implement one reform. What is the solution to address the problem? Remove the reform. Right? Throw the whole economy into chaos all over again. Right? So don't do that. You simply say, these are the problems. What are the reforms? What kind of reforms are we looking at it? For example, regarding rationalization of GST, did I not give you a recommendation of NIPFP, where the recommended merge 12 and 18% have 15%? Right? Is there not a proposal of GST appellate tribunal now? This is how you need to address the questions. Do not end up your answers with a negative connotation. Very, very wrong approach. Now, what are the salient features of inclusive growth? Has India been experiencing such a growth process? Analyze and suggest measures for inclusive growth. Okay? Analyze and suggest measures for inclusive growth. Let's start. 3 parts to the question. What is inclusive growth? Use the World Bank definition. As per the World Bank, inclusive growth refers to the pace and pattern of growth, where both are interlinked and both can be achieved simultaneously. Introduction. Come to the second part, main body. What is there in the main body? What are the salient features of inclusive growth? Right? Do you remember the salient features? Development in agriculture sector, reduction in poverty, protection of environment, promotion of employment opportunities, development of regions, that is regional inequality coming down, etc., etc., etc. These are the salient features of inclusive growth. Now, has India been experiencing such an inclusive growth? Right? Say that post the 1991, government has implemented LPG reforms. As a result of this, per capita income of India has increased. Growth of Indian economy has increased. The percentage population which can be classified as poor has come down. Social infrastructure is being developed by the government, moving towards, right, facilitating the movement towards inclusive growth. Having said so, as per World Inequality Report, this is how you use the data now. Having said so, the World Inequality Report states that top 1% of India's population accounts for around 22% of the income, whereas bottom 50% accounts for 13% of the income. Which means there is still more work needs to be done in order to achieve inclusive growth. And that is where you need to introduce a way forward. More reforms are required. Employment generation reforms are needed. Skilling initiatives must be much better implemented. Education, protection of environment, etc. The policies need to be implemented in a better way so that we achieve inclusive growth over a period of time. Done? So this is how you generally address these kind of questions. Next one. Justify the need for FDI, foreign direct investment, for the development of Indian economy. Why is there a gap between MOUs, that is a memorandum of understanding, signed and actual FDIs? Suggest remedial steps to be taken for increasing actual FDIs in India. Right? I hope remember the concept of foreign direct investment, FDI. Do you remember it or not? What is an FDI? A foreign company coming into India, investing in India's infrastructure, investing in physical infrastructure in India. Right? What is the importance of FDI? Right? You'll have to start with the definition, introduction, definition. Right? FDI refers to non-resident companies investing in physical infrastructure in India. You can use this one, or else you can use Arvind Mayram Committee. But that is slightly lengthier. As per Arvind Mayram Committee, whenever a foreign company invests at least 10% in a listed company, any investment in equity of unlisted company, it is classified as foreign direct investment. Right? That is introduction. Point number 2. Right? What is the need for FDI? Why do we require FDI? Let's start. FDI is associated with multiplier effect. Point number 2. In case of India, there is a requirement of huge amount of investment. FDI will add to the investment in the domestic market. Point number 3. With more FDI, employment generation also increases. Employment generation also increases. Right? That is point number 3. Fourth one, rather than having import dependence, self-reliance, Atmanirbharta can be promoted, and the trade can be promoted. That is, a balance of trade might become in favor of the hosting country. Right? So these are some of the very important advantages which are associated with the foreign direct investment. Very important advantages. Now, having said so, there is this argument. Why is there a gap between MOUs signed and actual FTAs? What do you mean by MOU signed? Very often you'll come across in the newspaper saying that government of Tamil Nadu, government of Uttar Pradesh, government of Karnataka, government of Gujarat have signed agreements with foreign companies. Have you come across the statement? These governments have signed agreements with foreign companies for investment purposes in the respective states. These are called as memorandum of understanding. Basically an agreement. These are called as MOUs, memorandum of understanding. But now once the agreement is signed, it doesn't mean automatically companies will invest. No. Why? Many of the times what happens is, companies will sign the agreement, then realize some of the issues are there in the state. For example, you have signed the agreement. What if skilled labor availability is very low in that state? Let me know. Skilled labor availability is very, very low. Point number 2. You have signed the agreement. You want to set up the manufacturing facility. What if that state now will amend their labor policies in favor of the labor against you? I hope you understand. They will make the policies in favor of the labor, not in your favor. What if you have invested, you have signed an agreement, land becomes very difficult to acquire in the state? So I hope you understand there are various issues which will have an impact on actual implementation of these infrastructure projects. Actual implementation. You can sign multiple agreements, but when it comes to implementation of the policies, let me add a current affairs point here. After the class is over, please type Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana in the Google and go to news. Go to news. Last week, I believe in Business Standard, there was one article which said only around 22% of the trainees, that is the people who have got training under the Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana, have got jobs in the market. What is the reason? Because please understand, policies can be very effective when you look at only the policy. But when it comes to the implementation of the policy, that is where the lot of challenges will arise. Lot of challenges will arise when you start to implement the policy. For example, sir, what is the challenge you're talking about here? Right? Think of it and let me know. You are one of the trainees under the Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana. I have given training to you. Now you will be hired by one more company from another state. You'll be hired by one more company from another state. Now, don't you think many of you will simply run away from that job? Let me know. Right? Again, I'm saying many of you, not all of you. Some of you will simply say, great, I will move from one state to another state now. Right? I'll basically have a Bharat Darshan. But many of you will simply say, sir, I cannot leave my family. I cannot leave my district. If you want to give me a job, provide the job within my district. Right? So argument is simple. Right? Location also matters. People are not willing to move from one area to another area, one region of India to another region of India. So effectiveness of the policy is affected by all of this. On the other hand, let's say, right now there's a concern about COVID. I'm pretty sure all of you have come across this. Now, you're concerned about COVID, worried about COVID protocols now. I'm giving a training to you, right? You will have to move to one more part of the district, another district, forget about another state, another district. Don't you think many of you looking at the news will simply say, no, sir, I will not relocate. I want a job only in my district. So there are a lot of issues whenever you actually implement the policies at the ground level. Same comes to even the memorandum of understanding. Okay. So what is the way forward then? Promote more and more availability of skilled labor, reduce the tariffs and allow more and more imports so that manufacturing becomes competitive. Exports can be done. Foreign companies will prefer to set up manufacturing in India. Done. So these are some of the points that you are supposed to write for this kind of a question. There's a clear acknowledgement that special economic zones are a tool of industrial development, manufacturing and exports. Recognizing this potential, the whole instrumentality of SEZs require augmentation. Augmentation means change. Discuss the issues plaguing the success of SEZs with respect to taxation, governing laws, and administration. Let's start. Introduction. Start with the definition of special economic zone. The government back in 2005 introduced the SEZ Act, wherein certain regions were notified as SEZs and the region was used for promotion of exports. Now, come to the main body. Why SEZs are very important. Point number one, investment in the SEZs would be very higher. Point number two, exports from India will start increasing. Point number three, they will create a lot of employment opportunities. And point number four, promotion of SEZ industries will also lead to promotion of other industries. For example, if you set up a manufacturing facility within the SEZ, can I supply certain raw material to you from within domestic tariff area? Answer is yes. So your promotion will also benefit me. These are some of the reasons why SEZs were promoted by the government. But having said so, there are various issues that are plaguing SEZs, various problems that are causing lower performance of the SEZs. For example, we have discussed this. Acquisition of the land. Land acquired, right? But the SEZs are not being developed. Pandemic affecting exports from the SEZs. Right? The issue of subsidies. Government earlier provided subsidies. Now MEI scheme has been withdrawn. The supporting infrastructure such as port, roads, etc. not sufficiently developed. So these are some of the issues that are plaguing the special economic zones. Now what is the way forward then? What is the way forward? Right? Give some of the recommendations of Baba Kalyani Committee. You have discussed Baba Kalyani Committee. Give those recommendations. Done? Right? So these are the various descriptive questions that we had skipped earlier. I've taken all of them. And please go through that. And again, right, this is the last time I'm going to tell you this. Do not expect that you will become an expert overnight in mains answer writing. There are certain talented people, but these are very few in number. Right? These are very few in number. Right? So what you would need to do is keep on practicing over a period of time. You will get the knack, or you will get the right? Let's say expertise in writing these kinds of mains answers. Done? Now, many of you kept on asking me, sir, how do we revise economics? How do we revise economics? It's such a very vast subject. How do we revise economics? Before that, let me address your questions. Economic variability in quota, not required. Right? Two of you are asking, what is economic variability? Again, I'll have to discuss a lot of things there. Is it needed? Absolutely no. 4 parameters are there. I told you 3 times there. Simply by heart it. Right? GDP, openness, variability, reserves. These are the 4 parameters. Simply by heart them. During 1991 crisis, by which facility India borrowed from IMF? Multiple facilities have been used, but basically under the concept of concessional lending, we have taken loans. Okay. What does IMF revise after 5 years? IMF revises STRs. IMF revises STR, special drawing rights. Allocations are revised by IMF. Okay. Now, how to revise economics? This is my recommendation to you. Keep the strategy very simple. Keep the strategy very, very simple. Point number 1. If your fundamentals are very weak, read NCRTs. If your basics are very, very weak, read NCRTs. That will help you a lot. Second, use only one reference book. Only one reference book. You have a reference book, right? Byju's has provided a reference book to you. Use only one reference book. And even in the reference book, many of you keep on asking, tell me which chapter to read. Tell me which chapter not to read. My dear, whatever chapters we have covered in the classroom, read that. How difficult is it? We have discussed taxation. Read taxation chapter. And within that book also, should you read from the first page to last page? Absolutely no. Not needed. Read only those areas that we have covered. Sir, what about the remaining areas? If the remaining areas are mentioned somewhere in the current affairs, read it then. Simply read it then. That is how you approach. Okay. So only one reference book. Third, current affairs. Third one is current affairs. This is where most of the students make a mistake. You get hung up with one book. Many of you read 2 books, 3 books, 4 books. Now tell me a very simple question. What is GDP? Will it be different in Nitin Singhania compared to Ramesh Singh? Think of it. Will it be different? Will it be different in Sanjeev Verma sir's book? Will it be different in any other book? Of course no. Same idea of GDP is discussed. Why do you want to read multiple times? Different books, why? Sir, because that topper told me to read that book. This topper told me read this book. My peer, my competitor told me, have you not read this book? So I'm in a panic. I'll read multiple books, same concept, wasting your time. Read one static source, read current affairs. Read as much as possible current affairs. As much as possible. My money will be on current affairs here. Right, sir? In current affairs, what to read? Hindu newspaper. But my only concern with Hindu newspaper, I'm not saying Hindu is bad. Please do not twist my statements. I'm not saying Hindu is bad. I'm saying Hindu for UPSC for GS paper 3 economics is not sufficient. I hope you understand what I told you right now. Hindu is not a very bad newspaper. No way I'm saying that. I'm saying, is Hindu good for GS paper 3 economics? My money will not be on that. Right? I will not bet on it. Why? Simple logic. Most of the important concepts which are needed for GS paper 3 are not discussed in the Hindu newspaper. Right? That is the only concern I have regarding Hindu. Any other newspaper, business newspaper, you want to read it, read it. Magazine is there, read it. Right? Webinars are there, attend them. Right? This is generally what I would recommend to you. Fourth one, questions. Solve as many questions as possible. And fifth one, revision. Fifth one is revision. Please revise. Sir, how many days once should I revise? There is no universal answer to that. Many of you expect a black and white answer. Many of you expect a black and white answer. You tell me, don't you think from one person to another person, the memory power is different? I hope you understand. From one person to another person, memory power is different. Recollection capability is different. So how can you have a single answer from me? Because some of you have been asking, sir, I read Hindu newspaper. What time should I take? My dear, it varies from one student to another student. Somebody might finish Hindu in 40 minutes. Somebody might finish in 45 minutes. Somebody might finish in 2 hours. Somebody might keep on sleeping on the Hindu newspaper throughout the day without finishing it. Right? So my argument is, on an average, I can tell you, on an average of 45 minutes to 1 hour. 45 minutes to 1 hour is considered good. But is it a prerequisite? Is it a condition for passing UPSC? Then your agenda is completely different. Right? So revision. I would recommend you revise it. Revise it as many times as possible. Now, how do you revise it? Can you revise 100 pages every, let's say, every 15 days? That's not possible, because economics is not the only subject. Economics is not the only subject. I know that. Right? Many of you tell me, sir, you don't understand my problem. My dear, every student faces the same problem. Don't you think anybody who's writing UPSC, the topper, would have read the same subjects that you people are reading? That's the argument here. Now, question is, how do you make it simple? Right? How do you make it simple? My advice is prepare mind maps. Prepare mind maps. For example, this is a mind map. Don't say, sir, right, it's very, very small, I can't see. You will get the slide, don't worry. This is a mind map that I've prepared for national income. Right, prepared for national income. And what I've done is, I've tried to, right, basically put in all the relevant information from static plus dynamic in the same picture. For example, if you see the right side of the picture, all static information, all static. What is national income? What is GDP? Right? How many types of national incomes are there? How many methods of GDP calculation are there? What is the latest methodology of GDP calculation? Is there any concern regarding the national income? What is basically per capita income? And what is the importance of national income? Right? One side I've put static information, and on the other side I've put dynamic information. Per capita income, right, has almost doubled now. This is again outdated data. Now per capita income is more than 1.7 lakh rupees. In the last 8 years, per capita income has almost doubled. Put it here. Simply paste it here. Right? Again, apart from that, India's ranking, whatever the ranking is, this year it could be different, next year it could be different. India is ranked in terms of GDP 5th largest if you take nominal exchange rate, 3rd largest if you take purchasing power parity exchange rate. So this is how you make a mind map. I know it is difficult. Trust me, you will face difficulty in the preparation of the mind map. But once you have made the mind maps, it will hardly take, right? Let's say hardly take 20 minutes to revise one chapter for you. It will hardly take 20 minutes for you to revise one chapter. And within half a day, you can revise the whole Indian economy. You can simply revise the whole Indian economy. Can I give you one more example here? Inflation. I have given the mind map for inflation. This side, static information. Same logic. This side, static information. Right? What is the definition? What is the classification of inflation? What are the types? That is a measurement of inflation. Within WPI, what are the important factors? Within CPI, what are the important factors? Right? What is the effect of inflation? Why do we need to have inflation in the first place? What is the concept of flexible inflation targeting, Phillips curve, and GDP deflator? So what we discussed in, let's say, 4 to 5 hours, I've compressed it into one picture. Right? Compressed it into one picture, and whatever is the current affairs, I've put it on this side. Right? I've put it on this side. Right? Food and fuel inflation, imported inflation, core inflation, MPFA, etc. So I've given you 2 mind maps. Right? I've given you 2 mind maps. My recommendation is prepare mind maps for every chapter like this. Prepare mind maps for every chapter. I know initially it is difficult. Maybe it will take 2 or 3 days for you to sit, thoroughly make mind maps. But trust me, after that, you will start enjoying the revision process. You start enjoying the revision process because you have basically compressed, let's say, 24 classes into units where you can revise in 20 minutes each. Right, so this is what I would recommend to make the process of preparation Indian economy very, very simple. Done? Okay, so that's it from my side. If you have any other questions, please do let me know so that I can address your questions for the last time for this batch. What to do for 2025 students? Whenever you're writing, whichever you're writing, my recommendation is take 12 to 15 months prior to that year. I hope you understand this. In whichever year you are writing, 12 to 15 months prior to that, take that as a current affairs. Right? You might write in 2030, 2029, 2026, 2024, doesn't matter. Apply the logic. 12 to 15 months prior to that, simply take that as a part of current affairs for focus of UPSC. Okay, any other questions? What option other than Hindu? Again, I read many newspapers. You don't have to read all the newspapers. Right? You can use Indian Express. I'm not marketing anything. I am not marketing anything. Okay, you can use Indian Express. Language is much more simple. Right? Much more simple. The Indian Express. You want to read any business magazine, you can read, let's say, not magazine, let's say newspaper. Mint is there. Financial Express is there. Right, sir, it is very difficult for me to do all of it. Webinars are there. Byju's YouTube videos are there. Byju's monthly magazine is there. And there are so many sources. You decide whichever you want to. Right? You decide. You have so many sources. You decide. Sir, I've made running notes with your live lectures. I also made notes from the current affairs, your PPT, running notes, additional reading material. If need certain extra information, then other web. Am I on the right track? Yes. Right. Basically, keep on updating information. Keep on updating information. Okay. Right. Keep on updating current affairs information. That should be more than sufficient. And more than sufficient to appear for the UPSC GS paper 3. What is the best resource for economics rather than newspapers? Magazines. You can use magazines. Right. For example, we have a monthly magazine. Use the monthly magazine because you will get all the information, consolidated information. Weekly webinars are there. Attend that. Should be more than sufficient. Okay. Any other question? Any other question? Should we read Food Security and Management from Nitin Singh in a book? Food security I've discussed. No, NFSA, National Food Security Act, NFSA I've discussed. Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Yojana, I've told you. The ONORC, I've told you. The procurement done by the FCI, centralized procurement, decentralized procurement, etc. Everything I've told you. That is basically idea of food security. Any advice to 2023 appearing UPSC aspirants? Right, time period is very short now. Time period is very, very short. Focus on current affairs. Only for Indian economy. I'll talk only for Indian economy. Okay. Right. Time is very short. Focus on current affairs. Important. If you ask me, sir, which should be my focus? Inflation, GDP, banking, taxation, investment. Focus on these plus agriculture. Focus on this. Again, I can't guarantee that all the questions will come from this. Most of the questions will come from these areas. Okay. Do we need to remember all the data related to all the points? No. UPSC is not very big on data. Right? Please check. Please check the UPSC papers. UPSC is not very, very great on the data as such. Right? It doesn't ask you a lot of data, especially in the prelims. Here and there, sometimes they will ask it, but you can't help it. You cannot remember everything. That's a fact. But on the main side, I would recommend try to remember certain important data. For example, poverty numbers. For example, inflation data for last 5 years. Not monthly data. Very difficult. or GDP data for last 2 to 3 years, so that you can put forward your point with this data to prove yes, you are writing the right answer. Okay. Should we make notes from the current affairs? I would recommend do that. I would recommend do that. Why? I'll tell you. What you have read, let's say in the, again, if you're reading a magazine is already a consolidated data itself. It's basically the notes itself. If you're using the magazine, use the magazine directly. But if you're reading from newspapers, you do not remember what you have read in the last 1 month. Magazine, there is a data. But what you have done in the last 1 month from the newspapers, how will you remember it? That is where you'll have to make notes if you're reading from there. Okay, done? Right, so we'll stop the discussion today here. Right, today means the session, Indian Economy GS Paper 3 sessions. So what I would recommend again, right, so understand this, keep it very simple, do not complicate it. Do not complicate Indian economy, keep it always simple. And as far as I'm concerned, in my classroom, I generally tell the students same thing, I try to do the same thing. Make it simple, do not complicate it. Students generally try to make it simple because they want to learn everything from economics. If you learn everything from the economics, you will become Mr. Raghuram Rajan. You will become Mr. Arvind Panagiria. Is that your objective? Then get enrolled into Delhi School of Economics or London School of Economics, not for UPSC. So keep it very simple. Do not complicate it. What is required for UPSC? Can you explain the concept more than sufficient? Right? Do not buy at all the formulas. Do not buy at all the calculations. UPSC is not going to ask you those calculations. Done? So 5-point agenda, NCRTs, 1 reference book, update your current affairs, solve as many questions as possible, and finally, revision, revision, revision. This is a 5-point formula that I would simply advise to you in order to crack the GS paper 3 Indian economy, both prelims as well as mains. So that's it from my side. Take care. All the best to all of you.